Chaim. The Yontiv, everyone, the Yontiv, Shalom Aleichem to all my old friends and young friends. And hopefully by the end of the night, everybody will be friends. And it's good to be back at New Haven, a place that I spent about a year, maybe 20 years ago, 30 years ago. And I've been back several times, and it's always fantastic to be back here. So, Yashakaya, and thank you. Regarding the Torah's HaChasidus, the teachings of Chasidus that Mitzvah Kessler embodies, that Mitzvah Kessler represents. So there are two reasons that are given by the Rabbein, by the Lubavitcher Rabbein, regarding the revelation of Chasidus and why is it necessary. One reason is because the world was in a dark place, and so the Hashem sent the Baal Shem Tov to begin to project light into this world. And another reason is because it's a taste of what's about to happen with the coming of Mashiach. And as we get closer to Mashiach, we have to begin to get a smattering of a taste of what it's going to look like. A connection to Hashem, a study about Hashem, and the closer we get, the more revelation, the more of a revelation of Hasidus happens in this world. The Rebbe explains that actually these two reasons are the same. And I'm just going to spend 2 minutes now on a little recap of what it is, Hasidus, what it is that we celebrate, and what does it mean, Chada V'Sholom, redemption and a release, and a geula that should be V'Sholom with peace. Hasidus is the Torah of the revelation of Hashem. This enables us to understand Hashem and to understand our relationship with Hashem. And the Eibishter put us into a world of chaysheh. Not just as the world gets darker and darker, but just for the neshama to come down to this world is a darkness. It is a challenge. Because where the neshama came from, it's together with Hashem, it's a place of godliness. So coming down over here, it's a place of chaysheh. So Chassidus comes along and says, what is the emes? What is the real truth? And not just what is the real truth, that actually the chaysheh, the darkness that we're in, is actually godliness, and that is the plan. In other words, Hashem chose us to come down to this world and endure what the challenges and the obstacles and the difficulties and the darkness. And every once in a while you'll experience life and enjoyment, but you'll know that this is not like where it should be. And so Chassidus, which is the Torah of Geula, the Torah that is brought to this world to give us a taste of redemption, it enables us to realize what is going on and what is the truth and what does Hashem want from us. And it brings, therefore, personal redemption, and also the accumulation of it. It prepares us for the big redemption, for the main Gula Amitis Mashlem, the true redemption. And all of this comes along the Tanya and explains to us that you've got a chelik elokam, imal, mamash. You have literally a part of God inside, and you also have another inside of us, not just a dark world, but there's a dark world inside of each one of us. And we face challenges and we face obstacles and problems from this very piece that we have inside us as well. And therefore, every time we do a mitzvah, we connect to the emes, we connect to the pnimis, the inner part, and that should cause us to be the simcha, which is another very important element of Chassidus, that the fact that we are connected to Hashem, even if we're simply taking $1 and putting it in tzedakah, and every time we do something good, every time we do a mitzvah. So that's what Chassidus is. Chassidus came to this world, yes, because it's dark, also because of the Geula, but both of those reasons are one and another. It's in order to understand that the darkness really is part of the process, and we were chosen to be in these situations of darkness in order for us to get through them and in order for us to pull through the Geula with Mashiach. What's interesting is that we find ourselves in a similar situation after Gimel Tammuz, that there is chayshech, that darkness that there's never been in the years of all Hasidus, where the Nasi Hadar, where the de facto leader of the entire world, certainly the world of Eden, is you have to go to the aisle to visit the Rebbe. And it's difficult, and yet we have a mission that the Rebbe empowered us to do, and a personal geula, and also a general geula that the Rebbe also left for all of us. And unless it's not easy, it's a challenging situation because what's going on? Nobody knows what's happening. It's conflicting issues in the world within ourselves. It's a difficult thing. So comes along the Yutes Kislev, and the Yutes Kislev said, today is the geula of the Alter Rebbe, so that every year there is another element of geula that we should be able to focus on and concentrate upon in order to help us get through and these challenges and these dark areas. And there's one more thing about Chassidus, and that is the concept that it introduced to us, the concept of the Rebbe. Until Chassidus, you had the leaders, but not quite like the Rebbe. And you had Moshe Rabbeinu, and you had others in the earlier generation. Hasidus reintroduce the idea of a Rebbe, of a Rosh B'nai Yisrael, that there is a person who the Eibishter gave us the zchut to give us the direction and the guidance, and also the example of how to do it. Not just to know what to do, but also by following and emulating and learning from the Rebbe, we also know exactly how to do it. And so, that's my drasha for tonight. The rest of the night is stories. So I'm sorry if you don't like stories. That's how I read it. And so, based on that point, the kudra of the revelation of Hasidus in this world is to help us realize what are we here for, and how can we go about overcoming the darkness and bringing light into the world, and about the connection to the Rebbe and do it b'simcha, and also the connection to the Rebbe of every year to Keslo. When we think about the redemption of the Alter Rebbe and the fact that he was once again accessible, and not just accessible, but even more than before, this gives us a reminder to look and to concentrate into our Rebbe and the examples that he left for us. And so, we're going to focus now on this point, which is the point of Pada B'Shalom Nafshi. The Rebbe always said that the big thing of Yitzhak Keslo is that the Alter Rebbe was reading the pasuk of Pada B'Shalom, which is the song we just sang before. Pada B'Shalom Nafshi is a pasuk of Tehillim, Tehillim Nun Hey, chapter 55 of Tehillim, verse 19 of all the numbers. It says it says Pada B'Shalom Nafshi. That on that verse means a pasuk. I'm used to saying verse. That's what I'm versed in doing. Sometimes you have to translate the English. Ich kann reden in Jiddisch, wir alle verstehen Jiddisch. Das ist eine gute Sache. Please do me a favor and remind me if I'm saying too many English words that need translation into
English. More than 5 or 6 letters. You're on shape.
Pasuk Yud Tes, it's like it's Yud Tes Keslo, verse 19. And so the pasuk says, "Pada B'Shalom Nafshi." The Alter Rebbe writes in the letter that he wrote to the lady Yitzchak Bavitcher, his colleague, that he was saying this pasuk when they came. He didn't even manage to get to the next pasuk when they came in to tell him, to inform him that it's over. He's free. So from that, the Rebbe said on this epistle, many Ma'amorei Hasidus. 37 of them started with the words Pada B'Shalom Nafshi. Out of 37, out of about 47. And I'm not talking about Yidbei Tammuz and other times that the Rebbe said the mind will publish. Just on Yitzhak Keslo, 37, it's like overwhelming how many Ma'amorei Pada B'Shalom. And if the Rebbe didn't say that, the mind of the Rebbe spoke about it. Pada B'Shalom is very, very important. In terms of Mr. Sandman. So what does this mean? Pada B'Shalom, and how do we translate it into ourselves? And I would like to suggest that we divide it into 3 categories. Category number 1 is how the Rebbe made Pada B'Shalom in the Torah that he taught. And category number 2, Pada B'Shalom, at home. And category number 3, Pada B'Shalom, in the whole home. And I would like to share now some stories about in all 3 of those categories. Pada B'Shalom in the Torah of the Rebbe. I have a friend, I have a very dear friend that I speak to often, who lives in a different country. And we were together in Yeshiva and Torah, and before that as well. And he would stand at a farbrengen of the Rebbe, which went on sometimes for many hours. There could have been a Shabbos farbrengen that went on for 4 or 5 straight hours. And if you ask this guy, what did the Rebbe say in any of the sichos or in the Maimon, the person would have had no clue. Wouldn't have any idea. He would say, I think the Rebbe mentioned Israel at some point. Israel, he might have thought about that. But he couldn't keep up. He doesn't have the capacity of understanding that. Yet he wouldn't miss a second, of course, of any farbrengen of the Rebbe. It was never born because he had a part of the farbrengen that was most interesting to him. That was the Negunim. That was the song. The songs that they sang at the Rebbe's farbrengen, he remembered every one of them, and he remembered what the Rebbe did, if the Rebbe encouraged the singing this way or that way, with the hand, with the head, with that. He knew all of it. For him, the farbrengens were about how lively they were, or maybe unlively. He was able to tell you exactly, to record what went on after the first sikha, the second sikha, the third sikha, in between the sikha. And to the Rebbe, the Nigunim were important. The Rebbe said a sikha about this in the early years, in 1958, Tafshin Gilches, and the Rebbe spoke about the Nigunim several times. And sometimes the Rebbe reacted to these Nigunim. And he wanted them to be, in a joyous way, in a more levitic way. So to this guy, the farbrengen of the Rebbe for him was the song. I know another guy, also a close friend, who when it came after the farbrengen, we would sit and talk and go over, some chazara, the repetition of the farbrengen. And so I would turn to him and say, do you remember this? No, I don't remember. I don't remember. All of a sudden, the Maimon, I would know every word of the Maimon. He woke up for the Maimon. And then there were other people who waited and were so steep into the Rashi. They loved the technicalities of how the Rebbe broke down the Rashi and the verse, the pasuk that was on that Rashi. And that was for them the whole thing. I have a shliach who is alive and well, thank God, who would call me when I was a bacher, talking here in the mid-80s, it's the Tafshin Men. And he would call me after Shabbos. Was there a farbrengen today? There wasn't a farbrengen after Shabbos. And if I said yes, he would say, okay, can you repeat some of the points? And so I would spend about 5 or 10 minutes going through the farbrengen. And then he would say to me, I'm sure the Rebbe mentioned something about his father's Torah, the Ha'aras in Torah. The Rebbe's father's Torah is Kabbalah, and it was written very concise because the Rebbe's father did not have pen and paper. You have to write it on the margins of his books. And so it's one of the hardest, toughest books to conquer. And every Shabbos farbrengen, the Rebbe would teach a piece from his father's Torah and explain it, expand upon it. And I can pretty much say that about 99% of the people present would probably check out. It was very complicated. It was complex. And this guy said to me, did the Rebbe address the Zayah, the Oris of Zayah? I said, yeah, sure. Then what was that? Okay, that was unusual, very strange for a person to ask that kind of question. So, and the next time, that after 3 times, I said, can you explain to me what's your obsession with this particular part of the Fabrengen? And he said, every time the Rebbe taught a piece of his father's Torah, he always said, it was absolutely uncanny. The Rebbe said that we need to learn a lesson by Avodas Hashem. We need to learn a lesson of how to serve Hashem from this part of the Zayah. The Rebbe did not necessarily say that about any other part of. He taught that, but he didn't say this is a instruction about Avodas Hashem. So this guy said, here I can have a whole week knowing exactly how to serve Hashem for this week. It's what the Rebbe focused on. To this person, the Zohar was for him the highlight. And other people, it was the Hadran, it was the Gemara. And for other people, it was the politics. And for other, it was absolutely amazing how the Rebbe would sit for several hours, or maybe even just 2 hours, or 3 hours, or 4 hours, and cover so much. In fact, cover basically every area of Torah, from Medrash to Halacha, to Agoda, to Nigla, to Hasidus, to Kabbalah, to Nigunim. This was a unit. It wasn't just a teaching. And each sikha could have been something different, and within the sikha could have been different. And I don't know of any other Gadol B'Yisrael in history that was able to hold the attention of so many people from so many different types of desires and backgrounds, diversity to the highest degree. I have one more point. There's a singer called Peter Himmel. He's a son-in-law of, what's his name? Famous Dylan, right? And so he came to a Fabrengen. It was Shabbos Vayera Tafshin Mentes. I don't know if this is only Fabrengen, but it's definitely his first Fabrengen. Shabbos Vayera Tafshin Mentes. The Rebbe finished the Fabrengen at 3 o'clock. That was the first Shabbos where, it wasn't going on for hours. And he sat at this Fabrengen, and after the Fabrengen, I went with him and others to a house to eat lunch, and over the lunch was Chazara. We went over the whole Fabrengen. There's not much to go over that Fabrengen. And I asked him, I said, maybe you have something to share from the Fabrengen? He says, the only thing I heard was David Amel. David Amel. That's all I was able to understand, pick up on the whole Fabrengen from the hour and a half Fabrengen. So I said, what was your impression? Well, what made you stay? And he said, you just look at that man and you see light, you see holiness. This is a person who didn't understand one word of Yiddish. Even if he did understand Yiddish, he probably couldn't keep up with the subjects that were being taught by the Rebbe. And yet, the Fabrengen for him was a source of light. The Rebbe had this shomer in his presentation of Torah that was simply unprecedented. Now I'll add something else. There was a man by the name, and many here will know exactly what I'm talking about. There was a man by the name of Abe Sachs. Abe Sachs was a Jew from a very weak Jewish background. And there was a television show about Chabad in 1972. It was on television. It might have been 73. One of those years, 72 or 73. That's Lamed Beis or Lamed Beis. And in case people can't keep up with that, give me a wake up. And we have an argument. So Abe Sachs came to the Rebbe sorry, he watched a presentation about the Rebbe on television. And on the bottom there would be like a ticker tape saying 77, more information, 770 Eastern Park. And he was very, very lit up by this. And the next morning, he came to 770 Eastern Park, where he parked his car. It was about 10 o'clock in the morning, maybe 11, 10:30. And he goes into the building. The first door open on the right was the Rebbe's secretary. And he walks in there and he says, I would like to meet the Rebbe. The great man, I watched a show on the Rebbe last night. They said, sure. There would be a big book lying in there with all the dates for yeshivas. And so they opened up the book and they said, in 5 months at 11:30 at night, there was an opening. So you can come there. He says, no, I want to see him now. Like today, I came here all the way so I can see him. They said, it doesn't work that way. You can't just see him. You make an appointment, then you can have a meeting, but you can't. And he got somewhat agitated, and there was a buffer there who said, come outside, I want to talk to you. So the buffer took him out and said, listen, if all you want to do is see the Rebbe, then at 3:15, the Rebbe comes out of his room and goes to this other room, the small shul from the and then you'll have a chance. Abe Sachs told me this story himself. I heard directly from him. And he stood for 4 hours waiting for me. He decided he's going to wait. And one of the Bachram offered him a seat and a siddur. He did not know what an aleph is. They taught him aleph and beis. This is the Hebrew alphabet. He didn't know that thing. But at 3:15, he was standing in the hall waiting for the Rebbe to come up. The Rebbe comes out and he approaches the Rebbe and he said to the Rebbe, I wasn't there, but I'm just telling you what he told me. He said to the Rebbe, hi, I'm Abe Sachs, and I am a coach with the Harlem Globetrotter basketball. So the Rebbe said to him, and according to the way he told me, the Rebbe said to him, a coach? I need a coach. And so he said, really? Like, when? And so the Rebbe said, by the Fabrengen. He says, when is that? So the Rebbe said, ask some of the people over here for the next, for the information of the next one. And the Rebbe went into that. They told him when the next Fabrengen would be. It's Keslo or Tishpag or Purim, whatever it was. Based Talmud. And he came. He came in his coaching gear. He always wore a coaching gear. He wore like hat, like cap on his head. Sometimes it was blue, sometimes it was yellow, but it was coaching gear because the Rebbe said he needs a coach. And the Rebbe said the first simcha, and they started a meeting, and all of a sudden, Abe Sachs jumps out of his seat and starts coaching. And people who were unaware of this were looking around, the whole 770 was, well, we thought we'd seen it all. And all of a sudden, the Rebbe caught eye of this guy. And the Rebbe began to swing his legs over and over again, and the place was rocking. It was on fire. And Sachs went with sugar, popping and jumping. And from then on, Sachs would find out when the Fabrengens were, and he would show up. He would come to Pesach Bracha sometimes, and always stand on the inside line, one line that was closer to the people. He would say, L'chaim, drink, and then turn around and stop going like this, because the Rebbe said to coach. And the Rebbe always responded. The way I got involved was already in the 80s. When he was older, he couldn't drive anymore at night. And so a few Bachram got together, Mendy Winter, if you know him, and other people, and we were adamant to get him into as many Fabrengens as possible, seeing how the Rebbe reacted and how the Rebbe, it brought a smile to the Rebbe's face. When he passed away, he touched an early touch in Mem Zion, 1986. The Rebbe paid for his entire funeral, paid the expense of it. And he was known in 770, everyone knows him as 2 words, the coach, the Rebbe's coach. Now, it's an unusual story, but in reality, it is an amazing story. Because when he came the first time, when the Rebbe saw him, the Rebbe could have said so many things to him. The Rebbe could have said, nice to see you, nice to meet you. I hope you have a pleasant time here. I hope you come back again. There's a lot of things the Rebbe could have said. But the Rebbe said to him, I need you. I'm going to have you as part of the crew here. I'm putting you to work. You are needed here at the Farbrengen. When I'm going to be teaching Torah, I need you. You can't even read our face, and I need you. That's an amazing thought. That the Rebbe is saying, basically, it's not just that I am open for anybody who wants to come. If you're here, then I need you here. You all have something to contribute to Farbrengen. Abe Sachs. Yeah, with his coaching, with crazy color, whatever. Yeah, you belong here. And I need you here. That's part of the Shalom. When you get in touch with the Rebbe, there is something that is revealed, that is released, an energy that is released within us, that all of a sudden we become part of this winning team because the Rebbe needs all of us. That's true Shalom, unity among the greatest diversity we ever do. And one more anecdote, one more point about this Shalom. My maternal grandfather, my mother's father, Reb Zalman Jaffe, who had an unusually unique relationship with the Rebbe. And to illustrate just a couple of stories before I get to the point, the story of the real point that I'm trying to make. The Rebbe began in 1964, right after his mother passed away, Tavshin Chav Hey. The Rebbe began to teach Rashi. And he did this moving along till the late 80s. And every Shabbos or Motzei Shabbos, and my grandfather, who comes from a Lubavitcher family, his name is Shneur Zalman, but it was 2 or 3 generations before him. He didn't have a beard, and he wasn't a card-carrying member at that stage anyway. Later on, he started growing his beard and so on. But until that point, he was coming without a beard. And he came, it was Pashas Baha Aloysa in 1967 or 8, from Zion of Hafez. And he went into Yeshivas after Shavuos. And he said to the Rebbe, you have all these Rashis that the Rebbe began talking about a couple of years ago. I have a question in Rashi, in Pashas Baha Aloysa. And the question is such and such. So the Rebbe said, there are many more questions in that Rashi. And this will be a good excuse for me to have a Farbrengen this Shabbos, although it wasn't quite scheduled. And so the Rebbe came down to the Farbrengen, and the Rebbe began to ask the question that he asked. And then the Rebbe said, and then there's another question, and then another question. After 3 or 4 questions, he turned to my grandfather and said, how many questions is that? In the middle of the Farbrengen. So my grandfather said whatever he said. And I was okay, let's say he said 4. And the 5th question is, and he went on to 5, 6, he asked 14 questions on that very same question. From then on, throughout all the years, whenever my grandfather was there on Chodesh Shabbos, the Rebbe would turn to him in the middle of these questions and say, how many? Vivid. One time he said it was 11. The Rebbe asked like 8 questions. It was almost impossible to keep up because the Rebbe didn't say, here's the first question, here's the second question. The Rebbe asked like 7 or 8 questions. He says 11. The Rebbe said, wow, more than a million already. This is in the middle of the Farbrengen. So this did not happen with any other person in the history of the Rebbe's Farbrengen. Another I'm just illustrating this unique relationship. Another story. It was the Rebbe's 80th birthday. Rebbe's 80th birthday was Aleph Nisan Tafshin Mem Beis, 1982. And no Lubavitcher Rebbe had ever made it to 80. The Tzemach Tzedek passed away while 77, and that was the oldest until the Rebbe. And this was going to be a massive celebration in Lubavitch. The problem is, it's 4 days before Pesach. It's complicated for people who don't live in today to come from overseas, for example. And that year, this was on Shabbos. You would have to come before Shabbos. 4 days before Pesach, you couldn't go home until the next morning at the earliest. You're not going to get, if you're in Australia, you're not going to get home till the biggest moment. I mean, it was complicated. But hey, the Rebbe's 80th birthday, now that's a worthwhile endeavor. And so there was a campaign throughout the world to get as many people as possible simply to be present at that Farbrengen. So this should be the biggest Farbrengen, the most people ever at this Farbrengen. And somehow the Rebbe caught wind of the pressure that was being placed on 2 or 3 people who couldn't make it, but they couldn't say, I'm sorry, I'm not going. So they wrote to the Rebbe saying, I don't know what they're pressuring me. If you don't want to go, don't go, you know. And so it was Rosh Chodesh Nisan, 11 days before the relatives. And the Rebbe had a rally for the children, said 3 sichos to the children. And then after that, he said, Ich will sagen ein paar Wörter zu den Erwachsenen. I'm not going to say a few words to the adults. And the Rebbe said, when people come to visit here, they come for Yitas Kislev to honor the Alter Rebbe. And when they come for the Beis Tammuz, they come to honor the Friedrich Rebbe. There are people who want to come here in a few days from now to honor Pliny ben Pliny, the Rebbe said. The Rebbe referred to himself as so-and-so, the son of so-and-so. And in order to give Pliny ben Pliny this honor. So my opinion, if you want to know what my opinion is, you should take the money that you're going to spend on the expenses of travel and put half of it towards your Pesach expenses and the other half to give to the Tzedakah. That was a bombshell. The bombshell heard around the world. It took a while for that to sink in. The people are simply not going to come. Everybody had, there were charters. They were planes filled with people who were coming. And so most people did not come. People who were coming by plane for sure didn't come. Certainly people from overseas didn't come. But there were other people who were telling my grandfather that they don't believe there ever meant friends like him. And so my grandfather was in a dilemma, and he decided he's going to call the Rebbitzin. He had a very close relationship with the Rebbitzin as well. My grandparents always went to visit the Rebbitzin whenever they came, and took us along as well. And so he called, and the Rebbitzin said, the Rebbe will be home soon, and you can, I'll ask the Rebbe, and call me back at such and such a time. So he called back the Rebbitzin later, and the Rebbitzin said, I presented your dilemma to the Rebbe, and the Rebbe did not respond. So my grandfather said, perhaps the Rebbitzin would like to share her opinion about this dilemma. So the Rebbitzin said, my opinion is that I don't believe the Rebbe included friends like you. But if anything goes wrong, I'm not here to give you it's your choice. You're going to be the one to make it. And my grandfather Taka came. He came on Friday on Pesach, and the Rebbe came out to minister and gave him a big smile. And this is I don't think anybody else in the Lubavitch could have done this kind of thing. And I don't believe that they would have been recognized and welcomed with this big smile as he was. Just a couple of stories, literally on the tip of the fork, of how many unique, interesting, and close connections he had with the Rebbe. This is an introduction to the following story. Maybe I should say we'll find this in the meeting, and then we'll continue with this. This story is the punchline of this whole part of the show in the Rebbe's leadership. L'chaim. I thought about it before I came to Chaim. So the story that I wanted to share, it took place in Tafshin Lamed in 1970. And the story was as follows. Until the month of Tishrei, in 1970, from the time the Rebbe was Rebbe, for all the Yom Tov meals, the Rebbe would eat the meals upstairs in 770 in the Friedrich Rebbe's apartment, in the Friedrich Rebbe's house. As long as the Friedrich Rebbe's wife was still alive, the Rebbe, together with the family and together with a few select Hasidim that were invited to the Rebbe's table, the Rebbe would have the Yom Tov meals upstairs. That would be the Pesach Seder, and in the Sukkah, Simchas Shavuos, the Yom Tov, Shoshana. And there was usually a guest or two that would be invited to one of the meals, all the meals. And my grandfather was one of those who was routinely invited. Whenever he came, he used to come for Shavuos, and the times that he came for Shavuos, he was invited to be in that group of people who ate at the Rebbe's table. The Rebbe's table, during the meal itself, during the actual eating, of course, the Rebbe would eat slowly and look around him and make sure that everyone had finished before he put down his fork. Because once the Rebbe put down the fork, nobody else would eat. And it was very, it was very quiet around the tables. We give them a lot of reverence and respect, obviously. And then after the first course, give out some l'chaim. That would be the drink to watch between the fish course and then the next course, whatever the next course would be, chicken, meat, whatever they would say. And during that time, if anybody wanted to say something, that would be the time to have a discussion. Usually it was the Rebbe's brother-in-law who sat opposite the Rebbe, who would engage in different questions and discussions and so on. And so, when we came around the table on the first night of Shavuos in 1970, they came to my grandfather's Shelachai. My grandfather said to the Rebbe that he has a complaint. The complaint is that it's depressing to daven in the Rebbe's shul. So the Rebbe said, depressing? He said, what's the order? So my grandfather said, they don't sing, there's no singing in the shul. Realize, and in Lubavitch, until about 40 years ago, there was no such thing as singing in shul. L'chadaydi, Kale, other, all these familiar levunim that people sing and people dance on, it did not exist. There was a certain nusach from l'chadaydi, it was no singing. And even Hu Elokeinu, which is the Rebbe's name, Hu Elokeinu was not sung it was sung everywhere around the world. That was the one niggun that they sang. But not in the Rebbe shul. In the Rebbe shul, only if the Rebbe made a gesture on the stender, that was the signal that they were going to sing Hu Elokeinu. If not, they would say Hu Elokeinu. That means you couldn't say Musaf without a signal. Because good luck if you're going to try and say Hu Elokeinu. Hu Elokeinu, Hu Malkeinu, Hu what? What comes next? Who says Hu Elokeinu? Ever. We only sing it every single time. So I remember very well, searching for a sitter or looking with someone else because you could not say those words without singing.
Which verse is that?
Which verse? Hey, it's people who should know that that's not a possible. Or a verse. Hu Elokeinu was a tefillah, not a verse. Hu Elokeinu means he is God, our God. That's what you wanted me to say. It's the melody and tune of Hu Elokeinu. In Shabbos Matas Masi, Tavshin Ben, 1980, the Rebbe indicated that they should have signed it today. They didn't sing it, you have to wait for me and everything. So it was decided from then on that even in the Rebbe shul, the final place where they needed to know to sing it every week, from then on it was sung every Shabbos. But until that point it wasn't. And so my grandfather said to the Rebbe, it's depressing. There's no song, there's no melody, there's no joy here. So the Rebbe said, what are you doing by you in Manchester? He says, well, we sing Hadaras La'amuna, and we sing Keliata, and we sing Ata B'Chatana, we sing Hu Elokeinu, and we sing, all the songs. So the Rebbe said, okay, tomorrow you're in charge. You're going to start all these songs, and you're going to make sure that there's some joy in the shul. And so, oh gosh, you open up your mouth, open up your big mouth, that's what happens. And so my grandfather the next morning was all ready and prepared and came to that part. My grandfather belts out. Oh, what's going on? There were a bunch of people saying, "Shut, hush! What's going on?" In the Rebbe's shul. All of a sudden, the Rebbe takes out and a gesture on the stender there, and everybody was quiet and instead participated in the song. And then to the next, and to the next, and every time the grandfather started, the Rebbe responded, and it was a beautiful service. It was great. The next day, the second day of Yom Tov, it was even more. Took advantage of it, and the Rebbe responded, and everything was good. Every time that my grandfather was there for Yom Tov, we went into the Yeshivas. And after the Yeshivas, the Rebbe would say, how was Yom Tov, Mr. Jack? And the Rebbe asked him, no, so how was Yom Tov? He said, it was fantastic. Good. The next, between that Shavuos and the next year's Shavuos, the Friedrich Rebbe's wife passed away in 19. Passed away, okay. In 1970, 71, it was Hasara B'Tevis, and she passed away. So that year, from then on, the Rebbe went home. The Rebbe did not eat the meals in the Friedrich Rebbe's apartment anymore. So that option and that opening to be with the Rebbe was not available anymore. And my grandfather had not come to the Rebbe for the whole year. So he came back for Shavuos 1971. And now he's wondering, he can't ask the Rebbe anymore. So he's wondering, is that deal still on? Should I, so he sat down on Erev and wrote a letter to the Rebbe. Last year, the Rebbe said I should do this, and we did it, and it was great. And now I'm wondering if that deal extends to this year as well. She sent it into the Rebbe on Erev Shavuos, and there is no answer. Okay, so now what? A long debate goes on between my grandfather and a couple of guys that he knew. Should he or shouldn't he? Since he left, they went back to the old ways, and nobody was singing any songs. So the question is, what do we do now? And he decided, at the end of the day, the Rebbe did say, I should do it. We're going to do it. We're going to go for it. And so, my grandfather goes, shush, what's this? And the Rebbe, his arms folded on the stand, and ain't no hope from there at all. And the Rebbe didn't take the tzitzis for Baruch Sha'amah, which comes right after that, until after the song was over. But there was only one or two people who, everybody else was hissing. Shush, who is it? A guest comes from England, he doesn't even have a beard, and he's making noise in the Rebbe's shul, of all places. What kind of business is this? And it was bad news. The next day, it was even worse. There were some people who really were concerned about noise making in the shul, and they got closer to my grandfather and gave him some jabs and some reminders that this is not a place for him to do what he thinks he wants to do. And then my grandfather went into yeshivas after Yom. And about halfway through the yeshivas, the Rebbe said to him, Mr. Jaffe, every year I ask you, how was Yom Tov? Well, how was Yom Tov this year? And my grandfather says, it was terrible. I wasn't in that yeshiva, but that's what he told me. It was terrible. So if the Rebbe would have just taken out just even one gesture, one little bang on the shender, one little thing, it would have been fantastic. And I didn't get any assistance on any level. And the Rebbe said to him as follows: Mr. Jaffe, you did an avla. That's the word the Rebbe used. Avla means something no good. You came to me a year ago with a complaint that a Jew is feeling depressed in my shul, that there is a sadness when a Jew davens in my shul. And I told you, and I instructed you that you should take the lead and take care of this. And you come back and you start asking me whether I should do it or not. When a general gives orders, the orders remain until they are rescinded. And my shul wants only people who are simple. You have to have simple. And that's why obviously the Rebbe didn't answer, because it was, what are you asking questions like this? You were thinking like, I'm going to remind the Rebbe that you had a legitimate issue. We decided to take care of the issue, and until I instruct you any other way, that's your job. And interestingly, from then on, my grandfather, every time he came, he would sing the Rebbe in and out as well, which was like unheard of. Later on, it became like common by the Rebbe, but he was the one who made all that noise, the singing of the Rebbe coming into davening, the Rebbe going out of davening, that didn't exist either. But he felt that the Rebbe was saying to him, not just during davening, but there should always be an element of singing. But again, my grandfather was charged by the Rebbe. He wasn't just a guest that came. When you're in there and there's something you can do, there is a talent, there is an issue, there is anything that you can contribute to the positive of the situation, then you are needed here. That is the greatest concept of shalom, of pada b'shalom nafshi. Pada b'shalom nafshi means that when you come in contact with the Rebbe, you put yourself into it. And so if it means to learn the Rebbe's Torah, whether it means to bring people in, whether it means to go out to people, to help out with others, to give tzedakah, whatever we're doing, whatever issue there is, it is you are needed here. Not that you are simply a guest or you have a baby, you don't have a baby, get to work. The Rebbe needs you. That's Pada B'Shalom. And it's amazing how the Rebbe would unleash within each person so much more than they thought that they really had. Rabbi Adin Steinsaltz, Rabbi Adin Ebed Yisrael, the great genius and a man who ran a school, translated the entire Gemara and the Torah and the Nevi'im and the Ksubim and the Mishnah and etc. Wrote books. The man was busy day and night. As brilliant as he was, he couldn't create more time. And in his height of his work, he couldn't do it anymore. They asked him to open up something in Russia, and he started opening up in the early 90s, and it became like, I can't do everything. And so he asked the Rebbe, he gave the Rebbe a list of all the things that he was doing. And he asked the Rebbe, which one should he take off? Which one should he remove from the list, because he can't handle all of it. So the Rebbe said, in my opinion, I think there are 3 more things that you should focus on as well. You open up your big mouth. You couldn't retire and go away. And not just that, you were responsible to do even more. Why? Because you can. And therefore you need it. That's called Shalom. Shalom in the Rebbe's Torah and in the Rebbe's leadership, there was a need for all people. There was a presentation for everyone who came to the Fabrengen. Everybody had something there, and not just by the Fabrengens, but all the time, there was always a Shalom. And it wasn't just a Shalom, it was a Podah Shalom. It was a release, a redemption within ourselves of being in the Rebbe's presence, of being empowered to open up the fountain and do more. So when you are part of the Rebbe's people, I don't even say even Chassidim, even if you're a Chassid, or if you are wannabe Chassid, or if you are somewhat of a Chassid, or you're getting started, you don't even know the other place, but you arrived in 770, then you are part of that army. And that's the greatest privilege you can have, because that unleashes and redeems and releases resources within us that we don't even realize that we have. Even the most brilliant of people, whoever wants them to add more, there's more you can do, really. And even if you don't have a beard, and whatever you are, everyone has a need, not just a place, but a need. And there's something you can do, something we can do to contribute to bringing simcha to the world, to bringing energy to the world, to bringing talent into the world, because we all have talents that we can do. So that's the first part of Podah V'Shalom in Torah. The second part is Podah V'Shalom in the house. We'll talk about that soon. L'chaim.
Wednesday, not this Wednesday. Okay.
Ay, 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 Time. The second area of part of the Shalom is part of the Shalom at home. If you stick around here long enough tonight, if I stick around long enough, I will share with you that I was incredibly sick and ill. Just about a year and a half ago, I was living as a miracle from COVID, and which caused tremendous complications inside me. And one of the things that it affected was my heart. And I believe that perhaps one of the reasons why I had issues with my heart is so I could reconnect with Dr. Ira Weiss, the Rebbe's doctor, because he really helped me along in advice, medical advice for the heart. But most of the time we spent together in drinking, and he led me into quite a bit of the situation that was going on with the Rebbe. When the Rebbe had his issues with the heart in 1977, and in one of my talks with Dr. Weiss, he reconfirmed the story that he had told in public. So this is not a private, personal story. I'll soon get into that, like a personal story. But in the meantime, among the stories that we were, that he, thank God he was talking about, was when the Rebbe, when he came a day and a half after the Rebbe had suffered a massive, serious, incredibly serious heart attack. He explained to me, now that I had a little bit of understanding what the workings of the heart, what had happened to the Rebbe's heart. And the mamash of the miracle that the Rebbe Baruch Hashem. Anyway, so he asked the Rebbe, Ira Weiss, the doctor, asked the Rebbe, what does the Rebbe want? Like, what does the Rebbe want to happen? And the Rebbe said to him, he wants to be healed in a way that he would be stronger after. And Ira Weiss said to me, you were there 10 years later. That was in Tismas, where the Simchas Torah of that year, 10-year anniversary, was more than any other year. The Simcha and the involvement and the Rebbe's gestures and the Rebbe's movements in the 3-day Yom Tov were more than any other year before. When the Rebbe left Simchas Torah, the Rebbe left the shul, I asked somebody who had been at every single conference every year, until then, and I said to him, do you ever remember anything like this? He says, absolutely not. Then he said, maybe in Tafshin Yud Zayin, 1956, 30 years before. And he said, maybe. He'd have to go back there to think that perhaps it could have been, it was unprecedented, certainly nothing like it was the years before. And I said, he saw that it actually did happen. It was more than before. So he said to the Rebbe, among many different things, that there was a 2-year plan. And he said to the Rebbe, he wants to know the Rebbe's schedule of the day, so that they can talk about the schedule of the things that need to be taken in or brought in or taken out or whatever. So what is your schedule? So the Rebbe began to go through his daily schedule. And at some point, the Rebbe said that every day, within an hour after Mincha, the Rebbe goes home. And we, as guys hanging around 770, thought that the Rebbe was going home to eat supper. That was always what we were told. Until Dr. Weiss revealed this just several years ago, that's what we thought. But Dr. Weiss said that the Rebbe said to him that he's going home every day, and he spends about a half hour to 3/4 of an hour every day with the Rebbe's, and they drink tea, a glazel tea. They drink tea. And the Rebbe then said to Dr. Weiss that time cannot be removed from the schedule. The Rebbe said that time is as important to him as putting on tefillin every day. And as Dr. Weiss put it, when he told me the story, says, and no one has to tell the Rebbe how important putting on tefillin is. He was telling us for all the years, and we are all empowered to do that, putting on tefillin, how important that mitzvah is. So the Rebbe said to Dr. Weiss that going home and spending time with his wife every day is as important as putting on tefillin every day. I can tell you that I mentioned before that my grandfather called the Rebbe, and we would go every time we were in New York, and my grandparents were there, we would always be invited to go to the Rebbe's house. And maybe I'll get into some of that a little bit later. But the one time, I think it was in 1975, if I'm not mistaken, it might have been 77 or it might have been 70, I don't think it was 73. I believe it was 71. Anyway, in that year, we were sitting in the Rebbe's house with the Rebbe's, and the Rebbe's was an amazing hostess. As you can imagine, the Rebbe who had an ability to connect with every person, young or old, the Rebbe was just like that. Whoever was there, and whatever the subject was, she was always involved, she was always on top of the game, she was always serving them whatever food. It was just like uncanny. And at some point, while we were sitting around the table, one of the attendants in the house came over to the Rebbe and whispered something into her ear. Apparently, what the person was saying was that the phone call had come. The Rebbe, whenever he went home, there was always a phone call. He asked one of the secretaries to call and let them know at home that I'm coming. And the phone call had come that the Rebbe was going to be coming home. When the Rebbe came home, there were no guests for the Rebbe. She was always prepared. The Rebbe would be dressed and she would have jewelry on. I was never there, but according to the guys who worked in the house, the tea would be on the table already, and the Rebbe would be sitting in her seat. So when the Rebbe came home, all the Rebbe needed to do was just come in and sit down at his place. And so as soon as that notification from one of the attendants came to the Rebbe, her face just completely changed. And it was so, she didn't have to say one word, but it was obvious that this meeting is over. And that's how important this time that she spent with the Rebbe was as obviously just as important to her as it was to them. What did they do during that time? What did the Rebbe and the Rebbe do during that time? I don't think anybody knows. But I got a little tiny glimpse into that in 1985, Sukkot of Tafshin Menvov. My grandparents had the basement of the Itkin's house, that's immediately next door and adjacent to the Rebbe's library, literally 2 steps away from 770. They rented that basement. And it was the first night of Sukkot, Tafshin Menvov, and the windows in the basement were all open. It was an airy evening, and the windows were open. And I was standing near one of the windows, and it turns out that window was right under the porch upon which was built the sukkah that the Rebbe would use during the time that he was staying in the library. I had no idea. And I suddenly hear the Rebbe's voice. and the Rebbe is apparently is sitting in the sukkah eating the Yom Tov meal, and the Rebbe says like this: "Heint bei Nacht is the shul given full with Menschen. This evening, tonight, the shul was filled with people, and I just I'm choked. I was like, where's that coming from?" And I realized what had happened, and I very quietly closed that window, and I stood next to that window for the next 3 years, as long as the Rebbe was using the sukkah library, for the first 2 nights of sukkahs, and if it was a 3-day, it was a 3-day in Memphis, 3-day Yom Tov, and whenever it was Yom Tov, I stood there just to make sure that nobody opens up that window and eavesdrops on something that was inappropriate. You just, even the Hasidic people, you don't mix into that part of the world. But from that one line, just from that one line, I realized something. You see, that evening, the Rebbe had delivered 2 sichos. One of them about an hour long, maybe a little less, 55-minute long. The first night of Yom Tov, as the Rebbe would do every sukkah, would say a sicha. It was a profound, beautiful sicha. Then after that, the Rebbe went upstairs, and as custom, he went out to the sukkah, the big sukkah outside in 770, where all the guests would be assembled, and the Rebbe would say words of greeting to them, deliver a sicha for about 5 to 10 minutes. This happened every year. So that night there were two talks from the Rebbe. And the snippet that I heard from the Rebbe was not about the profound teachings that the Rebbe had taught that evening. He wasn't sharing that. Maybe later he did, I don't know. I was never at a meal where the Rebbe was sitting with the Rebbe. But I did figure out that the Rebbe was constantly sharing with her the news. This is great news. The fact that there's a lot of people coming. The Rebbe was the Rebbe's partner, and the Rebbe basically shared with me all what was going on. There were many times when the Rebbe would tell either my grandfather or other people that I know that my husband had shared with me. He shared everything with me. So what was the Rebbe saying every day when they were drinking tea? I'm not sure, but one thing I do know, we all know, that the Rebbe had quite a busy schedule with a lot of people contacting the Rebbe and a lot of news that was going on in the world of the Mamash. A lot to talk about. And the Rebbe basically shared with her what was happening. That is fantastic. It's very powerful and very empowering. Your partner at home is your best friend. Your partner at home is your most loyal and most devoted and most important for you. Hodav v'sholom, on Yutes Kislev, we learn from the Rebbe that sholom is so important at home. The Rebbe himself, as important of a person he was, he didn't sit for 45 minutes learning Gemara, but he sat talking to his wife and sharing whatever. That's very, very important. And when you do that, you unleash much more Hodav v'sholom. You release tremendous energy within the marriage, within the relationship, with your present, with your future. It helps to have a team. Certainly, you can imagine the incredible burden of work that was on the Rebbe's shoulders. And the Rebbe was right there. Hodav v'sholom means shalom at home as well. Third element, the third element to talk about is now Chadav Shalom around the world. I was walking to my shul about a beach-free city on Shabbos Bereshis 3 years ago. And it was about 7:30 in the morning, there was a whole tillim to finish. And then it's davening.
You get it? Try again.
Lazy
It's not staying up because it's underneath the whole thing now. It's just,
Rabbi Akiva Eiger was one of the great luminaries, the Gedolei Yisrael. And they say that he used to have a bunch of people, and he brought in whoever was not invited to go anywhere else. There's no one else wanted. And some of them were not very used to sitting around at the table, certainly not around the rabbi's table. And the one guy was, okay, it's Kadesh. The one guy picked up his cup and he could not hold it and spilled it. And within a couple of seconds, the entire white tablecloth was being covered with red. And this guy's face, he just really didn't mean it. Rabbi Akiva Eiger, within a few seconds, noticed this. And he pulled the tablecloth and every single cup fell. And he said, oh, it seems like the table is unsteady here. I was walking to shul to my Chabad house 3 years ago, Shabbos Bereshis, quite early, about 7:30 in the morning. And coming across towards me in a very, very quiet street was an African-American fellow. I think he had a little boy with him, or maybe he might have had a pet with him, maybe a dog. And as he gets closer to me, he says, hey, I know you guys from Eastern Parkway. I said, oh, what do you know about Eastern Parkway? He says, I'm from Eastern Parkway. I lived in Eastern Parkway. I said, so what are you doing here? He says, the same thing you're doing. I moved. So I said, well, how's it going? He says, it's very, very well. I said, I've always had a question about you guys. What's with the black hat? So I put my arm around him and I said, you see, the squirrel running up the tree? You see that little cat over there, a dog? The trees, the grass, even the asphalt, the cars, the buildings, the sky. Everything you see has a piece of God in it that we call a soul. Everything exists because God wants it to exist, and He puts a part of Him inside every element of this world so that this thing should continue to exist. And certainly human beings, like us, have even a stronger part of God in us. I said, and that's a given. That's automatic. Everything, everyone and everything has that part of God. Then I went like this. I said, you see here? Took off my hat. And he says, oh, that's a yarmulke. I said, that's right. And yarmulke means, Yerei Malka, means to have awe and reverence of the king. And it's a constant reminder that there's something above us, there's something higher than us, that's actually within us. It's in our consciousness that should be reminded all the time. I said, then there's another part of God that is not a given. That's a second part of God that is higher, that's not given to us. That's the part of God that we need to attract and draw down into this world. So that's why we pray. Every time we pray, we connect with God and we hope to draw down this energy that's above the given, above what's available automatically. This extra part of God, higher level of God that we want to bring down within us. So we don't just wear the yarmulke when we pray, we wear a second covering in order to remind us that where we need to focus our minds need to be focused on this second higher level of God. As far as the shape, as you can find people with hats like this, which go down, the rim goes down. You can find round hats and square hats and fur hats and smaller and wider and bigger and smaller. All of that is tribal. But that just depends on which area this group originated from, somewhere in Europe. As far as the color, the black hat that we have, the black color, I said with a little twinkle in my eye, I said, oh, we like the color black. That's what I said. So the guy looks at me and he says, you know something? I always thought that you guys looked cool, but now I know that you actually are. That's a story that happened to me 3 years ago. A story that happened to me less than a year ago. It actually was right, I think it was in last year. And I had to go to Mexico for one of these destination weddings of a nephew. And I was only literally going, it was a Thursday, and I was going overnight. It wasn't this because it was a long time. I know it wasn't this day. It was a Thursday, and I was coming back Friday morning for Shabbos back home. And I left so early. I left Atlanta, the Atlanta airport, so early that I couldn't come before I left. But there was a 2-hour layover in Houston, George Bush Airport. I said, okay, I'll daven in the airport. That's not a problem. I daven often in the airport. And I'll find a place, I'll find a quieter area in the airport. And I did. I found one of these gates that was not going to be used for a few hours. And there was just a couple that was sitting in a corner there. So I plucked my bag down and this, and then I was about to open up my towels bag, and I said, wait a minute, these two people sitting there, I better just inform them of what's going to happen, what's going to unfold in front of them. The guy had tattoos of about 75% of his body. And he had piercings everywhere, like in his up here near his head and his forehead and his eyes, and there was stuff all over. And the girl that he was with did not look too far behind him either. And I went over and I said, hey, I'm going to be offering my prayers as I do every day. I'm just going to do it right over here. And I hope you don't mind. He says, what? That's cool. That's okay. I said, well, before I get into it, I just want you to know that I'll be strapping black boxes to my arms and to my head. And I'll be having this white sheet that I'll be wrapping myself in. And I'm putting a cloth black garment over my body to, for the prayer. That's what we do when we pray every morning. And it didn't seem that this guy felt too bizarre about anything. So he said to me, hey, I don't believe you are the type who's going to bomb this place. And if, whatever floats your boat, man, that's fine. Just go ahead and do. I said, okay, thank you, son. And I put on my gargle, and my talus, my tefillin, pulled out my siddur, and I put my nose into the siddur. It was a long davening. That's why I remember. It took me 45 minutes, the extra few minutes for that Thursday talking. I finished davening. I put down my siddur, and I removed the strap, the tzur, from my hand, and I'm just about ready to take off the head fillet, and my eyes just look up, and this guy is like he's staring at me, as if he never saw something as crazy as this before. And I continued to look at him, to gaze at him. And he said to me, what are you doing? What is this? So I said, are you familiar with the Bible? He says, not much, no. I said, well, this deed is repeated 4 times. I said, he wasn't Jewish. I asked him if he was Jewish. He wasn't Jewish. It's repeated 4 times to do this deed every day. So I have a feeling that must be quite important to God if he's going to say it 4 different times. And each time it's mentioned, it's written in this little box that I have on my head, the box I have on my arm. What's that white sheet? So I picked it up, I showed him the tzitzis, and I said, it's also in the Bible, except in the book of Numbers. And it's a reminder that we should never lose focus of what God asks of us to do and what God wants of us to do. This guy says to me, this is good. And then about a second later, he says, it's really good. And then he said, another second, he says, this is fantastic. Now, I don't know how you feel about putting on Thomas and school every day. And I'm not sure everybody even feels like doing that at least in the airport. But I've learned over my years, in addition to the fact, don't worry about what anybody else is thinking or saying, that we know, that even just walking around in the street is enough. My sister lives right near London Heathrow Airport. And it's not a very nice area over there. And the area does not have best friends with the Jewish people. I'm not sure which area it does, but that area certainly does. And he's the chaplain, my brother-in-law is the chaplain in the Heathrow Airport. And they were making a bar mitzvah about 10 years ago. And we all went, and on Friday, my sister sent out a message for all of us. Make sure that you take your talus to shul before Shabbos, because we don't need to attract this unnecessary attention in this neighborhood. Okay. And I did my thing. Shabbos comes in like at 2:30 in the afternoon, a little earlier Shabbos. And I came too late to get my talus taken to shul before Shabbos. I came on Shabbos morning, and I took my talus and put it on, and I'm about to leave, and somebody says to me, hey, where are you going? I said, I'm going to shul. He said, you can't go to shul like that. She told me not to do that. I said, why not? Didn't you get the memo? It says it shouldn't attract any unnecessary attention. I said, Tony, without my talus, you think I look normal? What do you think they're going to think when I walk into the street with a long one? So, you learn not to worry about what other people think about things that we do because we're supposed to do them. So if you need to daven somewhere, you daven. That's not the issue. The issue is that we have the opportunity. When a guy asks you about a black hat, you say, we daven. We wear two coverings when we daven, and this is why we do it. And the guy says, you know, you guys are cool. And when you're in the airport, and this guy looks like a total bizarre black guy, and the guy is impressed. He's moved. Like there are people who actually do things with a meaning, not just cutting holes in your head, but there's actually a meaning and a connection to God. This is very, very powerful. This is something that the Rebbe insisted in the later years about when you encounter a non-Jew, and today we encounter many more non-Jews than ever in history. And we meet them in business, and we meet them in the street, or we meet them on the planes, or whatever we're doing. There's all kinds of opportunities. And a non-Jew is required to do the 7 mitzvahs. I spoke to both of these people about this. I was walking to shul this year on the first day of Rosh Hashanah, and a car is coming opposite towards me. And these two people are in the car, are looking. And the car turns around and comes back, and then it turns around again and comes back, and it turns around again. And this time I stopped. I looked into the window. The guy lowers down the window and says, "Are you Amish?" Just like that. So I said, I smiled, I walked over, and I said, "No, we're not Amish. I'm Jewish. I got the ish, but not Amish, but Jewish. And I actually am the rabbi here. I'm the Jewish rabbi. And today is the New Year's Day. The biblical first day of the Jewish New Year is today. And it's the day that actually pertains to everyone in the world, not just the Jewish people. And today is a day where we connect to God very heavily. And I'm walking now to my son. The guy turns around to the person who was with other person in the car, and he says, "I told you this guy is some weird guy." So I said to him, and he turned back and said, "I told you he wasn't weird." I said, "How do you know I'm not weird?" I said, "Don't you think I look weird?" He says, "Yeah, but you don't sound." This is Shalom Hoda v'Shalom Ba'elo. We have to unleash the energy, not just among our fellows, but wherever we go. This is one of the things that the Rebbe wanted from us. That when we encounter people, we meet people, we meet all kinds of people. And we actually meet them along in the bus, on the train, the plane, in the street, in the car, whatever it might be, in the store. There are opportunities for us to spread the word of Hashem to these people. They have to be prepared for Mashiach. And they have to know that we have a profound, beautiful message that's impressive and that's moving. Hoda B'Sholem, when the Alter Rebbe came out of jail, he wrote the letter to the Bnei Badichin and to his other friends. And one of the things that he wrote about was that the people of the world were impressed. They, that everybody else knows. Hoda B'Sholem means peace that is placed in our hands to bring everybody into some form of godliness. And when we do that, it helps us as well. And therefore, why does it help us? Because it helps us be prepared for what we need to know. If you don't know what's up with the black hat, you should find out. It's up to us to find out because somebody may stop you and ask you. We should know what to say. And that's the concept of the showman wherever we go. L'chaim. Chaim.
Texas fiber.
All right, guys, now starts the other side of it. Okay. Here's the warning.
What happened?
All right. For those who dare stay a little longer tonight, I promised you that I'm going to go into some things later on. So here we start on a different side of the community. And it would probably be best to come around over here a little bit more there. It'd be easier.
People come up and say, "Do."
No, they just say new.
Don't go there. Come on. Do.
What's most interesting is for 19 years I lived in Atlanta itself, and Yossi knew and Yossi Lu. We're two rabbis there, so Lu and Lu all the time. We've been through it. Nobody's ever mentioned that before. Thank you for being.
You were going to the deeper side of the brain.
Thanks for the assistance in jumping into the deep end. As I mentioned earlier, whenever the Rebbe, Keslo, the Rebbe would say a mimer, and he would usually, more often than not, use the pasuk Pada b'shalom nafshi, Mikravim kivarabim ha'yirmani. He always used that pasuk. If he didn't use it in the mimer, it was definitely in the Torah. And almost every one of them, the Rebbe would quote the Gemara in brachos. In certain years, the Rebbe would even add daf shmini. Brachos ches. It's ches on the daf. And the Gemara says on this verse, Pada v'shalom nafshi. In case you don't know what verse means, it means possible. So the Rebbe would say on this pasuk, on this verse, Pada v'shalom nafshi, the Rebbe would quote the Gemara. The Gemara says, The Gemara says, what is the meaning of Pada v'shalom nafshi? So the Gemara says, Kol ha'isik b'teiro b'gvus chasam u'mispalele matzibur ki'ilu ma'aleh mi'alov ki'ilu p'na'ani li'ilu b'anam bein u'meshadim. And whoever is occupied with Torah and Gvilas Chasadim, u'mispalele matzibur, and davens to the minyan, or davens to the congregation, doesn't say minyan, but tzibur. I consider it as though he has redeemed me. The do'ani means me. HaKadosh Baruch Hu, he made u'meshadim from the unsavory elements in the world. If you occupy yourself with these three elements of Torah and Tefillah and Gemilas Chasadim, that's as if you have redeemed Hashem. Now, redeemed Hashem could mean it's a mini geula. It could also mean redeeming Hashem that's within us. The redemption of Hashem within us. Upon the B'sholei nafshi, my neshama, my nefesh, could mean that it's now not as limited as before, because once you open up yourself to Torah and to Tefillah and to Gemilas Chasadim, you're now contacting and getting in touch with that Chelik Elokam Yimal Mamish, that part of God that we have inside us. God is Hashem. And so these three things, the Rebbe will talk about them every single year, either in the Maimon or in the Sifra or in both. And so these three things are Torah, Gemilas Chasadim, and Tefillah. And I would like to go backwards here, starting with Tefillah, and then with Gemilas Chasadim, and then with Torah, if the night allows. So beginning with Tefillah. I mentioned before that I was very, very ill. The story of that is as follows. It was the week before Purim of 2 years ago, 2021. So coming up this year would be 2 years ago. Purim that year, very unusually, was on Friday. That Thursday, that whole week, already Sunday, I was not feeling right. And by Monday, it took me 3 hours to daven chakras, and that wasn't willing. I wish I could say that I do that every day, but it doesn't quite take me 3 hours to daven every day. It took me 3 hours. I was beginning to feel difficulty in speaking. By Tuesday, it was hard for me to move around. And by Wednesday, it was hard for me to even stand up. And on Thursday, my breathing became dangerously low. I had a monitor for the breathing. Until that point, I was able to breathe. But at that point, it was becoming difficult for me to breathe. And so my wife said, we're going to the hospital. I tried very hard not to. It was Tinus Esther, which I was unable to say any of the Tinus Esther stuff anyway. It was in the afternoon, and she took me into the hospital. I get in there, and we go to the emergency room, and they check you in. They ask you some questions, and open up the computer, and there's a network of doctors, and I belong to the same network at the hospital. Within 2 minutes, they said to me, you are terribly sick. In fact, we don't think you're going to make it. And they rushed me into the ICU. And they put on top of me a helmet, like a helmet so that it can't come off, like this metal cap over my head. And this big thing that comes out of the helmet over my face, which blew oxygen like directly into me. Later, they told me that they intubate people at the number 5, and I was at 4.9. So I was really in dangerous territory. And it wasn't just that, but there was a bunch of things that went wrong. In the meantime, I'm half asleep. I'm drifting in and out of consciousness. I'm in semi-comatose. And I don't remember that day very well. I don't remember that whole day. Because most of the day I was out. The next morning was Purim morning. And at about 11, 12 o'clock it must have been, I didn't have any sense of time. But it was sometime late morning that they took a bunch of tests and they removed this thing from my head. And they put in the regular oxygen. And they said that as far as the oxygen is concerned, it stabilized through the night. And so at least there's some kind of progress. And A couple of hours later, word had gotten out that I was taken to the hospital. I guess I am summarizing. I'm imagining that that's what had happened. And my chaverim, the guys that I went with on Shlishas and I was a bacher to South Africa, they had a WhatsApp video conference call. It must have been about 3 o'clock in the afternoon on Purim. With Ketayim Leiva Melech Bayoyim, while they were in the middle of the Purim. So remember, it's Friday. So the Purim sort of wasn't at night, evening, but it was early on in the day. And these guys, first of all, we spent 2 beautiful, incredible, glorious years on Shlishas in the river in South Africa. And then another year on Shlishas, we were forced out of 770 by the Rebbe himself, literally, to Ocean Parkway for a year. And so we had 3 years together, and we are like brothers. We stay in touch. We're very, very close, thank God. And so these guys were carrying on. I'm not quite sure what they were doing, but they were yelling at each other and saying "L'chaim" and giving brachos, stuff like that. I was just smiling. I was enjoying every minute of it because I couldn't speak. I could hardly participate. But for once, I shut my mouth and I was listening. And I sort of, it took me by left. It made me feel alive and up again. And when the thing was over, it lasted for, I guess, a half hour, maybe 45 minutes. I suddenly said to myself, "It's Purim today. It's still a day." And I put on tefillin. And then I said, "Wait a minute, Rambam. Never miss the day of Rambam." And so here I am in the ICU, and I take out the Rambam, and it takes me about 2.5 hours to finish 3 relatively short prokim and Hilchos Kelim. I only know it's Hilchos Kelim because I looked it up a few weeks ago. I do not recall any part of that. I was saying it, and I was drifting in and out, and I didn't know where I was when I woke up. And so I went back to the beginning, and it took me 2.5 hours. Baruch Hashem, I can say to this day, I've never missed the 3 prokim of Rambam, even in an impossible situation. And then came Shabbos, Friday night. I made Kiddush on 2 Kedem tea biscuits. And that was my meal as well. And I went to sleep. On Shabbos morning, Shushan put 2 cardiologists walk into my room. They identify themselves as cardiologists. One guy, like the leader there, quite aggressive. And he says to me, they introduce themselves, and then they say to me, "You know you had a heart attack." And I said, "Huh? What?" They said, "You had a heart attack." I said, "When?" They said, "When? Well, you came in. When you came into the hospital." I said, "How is that possible? I didn't feel anything. I didn't feel any pain. I didn't feel any tightening. I don't feel weak. How does one know that they have a heart attack without feeling it? How is that an attack?" So they said, "Well, you can have a silent heart attack as well." I said, "Are you sure?" "We're definitely sure." By the way, I did not have a heart attack. That's by the way. We'll get to that soon. So they said that they need to do a procedure to know how much damage was done by the heart attack. And the procedure is that they go into one of the veins with a camera, and they go into, you don't feel anything, and they check around whatever. And they are here to ask for my consent. That means in English, that means permission. Consent to go through this procedure. So I said, "I'm sorry, but there's no consent that I can give. I don't feel like I'm here. I'm out of it. And I'm not even sure if this is happening for real. I don't know who I'm quite talking to. I'm not sure what's going on. And I cannot do consent for this kind of thing." So the guy said, "I expected you to say that. That's okay. Why don't you just call home? Call your family, call your wife, call your children." I said, "It's a Sabbath day, and they're not going to answer. No one answers the phone on the Sabbath. The guy says, "You are really that." Now, if I had my strength about, if I had my ability, my normal, regular energy, I would have told them that, the Bible, it says this about age. There's parts of the Torah where you can show them you don't use this electronics or whatever. I did not have the strength to deal with it, could hardly speak. So I said, "Tell me, is this a matter of life and death?" The guy says, "Absolutely." I said, "Okay." My cell phone is right over there. I have in my community, I have a doctor, a brilliant, he's a brain surgeon, but he's also a general doctor, he knows more medicine. And he's not Jewish. So I said, open up the phone and find this guy and call, put it on speaker, I'll speak. Okay, so they look for the number and they call, and the guy doesn't answer the phone. I said, "Okay, that's my sin." I said, "Look, can we do this evening? So in about 6 hours from now, the Sabbath will be over." "No, we don't do this in the evenings. We only do it during the day." I said, "How about tomorrow?" "Sir, there may not be a tomorrow. You don't realize how in danger you are. We need to do this today." Now, pause the story for a second. I did have this procedure done when the doctor said it was okay for it to be done in August. This is February. My cardiologist who came in afterwards, when this guy left and the main nurse would make the visits to every room, I said, "If that guy comes into my room again, I'm walking out. I do not want to see him again. This guy's just too aggressive and he's not ready to work with me. I can't deal with the person." The next day, a different doctor came in, and to this day, he is my cardiologist. And he told me, had you gone for that procedure on that day, you would have died with 100%. You would have died on that day. Your heart wasn't strong. You had COVID. COVID affects the lungs, and the lungs are right next to the heart. There was no way that your heart could have taken this. It was a miracle that I didn't give him the consent. But I didn't know it at the time, of course. At the time, this guy said to me, "I'm warning you," he said these words, "I'm warning you that you may not make it through this evening. You are in very bad shape. And I'm going to report that we are removing our responsibility from your case, and that your issues, you've taken your life in your own hands. And we cannot take any further responsibility." And with that, he left. And I just, did not know. It suddenly dawned on me. Until that point, I did not know how sick I was. And now the guy's telling me that I might have a few hours, or maybe a day. Is this what it looks like? Is this how the end happens? What am I supposed to do? Should I say Vidro? Should I say Shema? Like, what happens? And there's nobody there. So no one in my family. I couldn't call anybody. I was just like, no, wait a minute. This guy just told me you're about to die. What does one do in that kind of situation? And I was very confused. I can't say I was scared. I was just confused. I was unaware of this. It hit me like, and now what is a person supposed to do in this kind of situation? And I'm thinking to myself, I need something. I need a connection here. I need someone to talk to. And then I said, wait a minute, you have the Rebbe. That's what I need right now. And the question is, how am I going to get a hold of the Rebbe at this moment? How do I do this? And then I remembered the story with Remendel Futterfass. Some of you may know the story. Remendel Futterfass was a bocher in Tafresh Peches in 1927, when the Friedrich Rebbe was arrested and then a few weeks later was released from jail on Yid-based Thomas. And then the Soviet government wanted to throw the Frierdiker Rebbe completely out of the country, get out. Frierdiker Rebbe was too much. If he was going to stay there, they said this time they're not going to wait to carry out their sentence. So the Frierdiker Rebbe was basically kicked out of Russia, and he was leaving Russia the day after Simchas Torah. So anybody who was anybody, they all decided that they're going to spend that last 2 days of Yom Tov in Leningrad by the Frierdiker Rebbe. And there was a farbrengen, as there was every year, towards the end of Simchas Torah, going into the night. And the tension was very, very thick. There was a big elephant in the room. And the Frierdiker Rebbe, at the end of the farbrengen, addressed this. And the Frierdiker Rebbe said, tomorrow, we're leaving. It's very possible that these Hasidim will never see the Frierdiker Rebbe again. And the Rebbe said that he's leaving tomorrow, and you can look at the sea as something that divides between the continents. You can also look at the sea as something that unites the continents. So the Frierdiker Rebbe said, I'm not going to a place that's going to be divided, but rather a place that's going to be united. And then the Frierdiker Rebbe said this, as ihr betrachten wegen mir, will ich trachten wegen euch. If you will think about me, I will think about you. 20 years later, in 1947, Mendel Futterfass was involved in one of the most daring and incredible, not yet publicized enough, mission to get thousands of Hasidim out of Russia by forging their papers to the Polish papers, which the Soviet government allowed them to leave, allowed the Polish citizens to leave Russia. Thousands. The communities in Israel and in Europe and in the United States all were founded as a result, the Chabad communities, as a result of these families that came out. And Mendel put his life in his hands, literally. And his family left, but he was left to the last time. And eventually, Mendel was arrested right before his turn came to leave. And they tortured him. For 9 months, they interrogated him, trying to get out of him names of those who were involved. They wanted him to incriminate the rest of the people who were involved. And Mendel, 24/7, was focused on one thing, that if they ask me this question, I'll answer this. Constantly thinking about how he would chas v'sholom not give up on it. The names that he gave up were people who were dead, or for people who he knew that were arrested already. They already had. But he wouldn't give up a name of any living person that was involved, as much as they interrogated and tortured. And then they sentenced him to 8 years in Siberia. And they went, when he arrived in Siberia for the first time, he realized he's got a wife and kids. He wasn't able to think about them. And then he remembered what the Frierdiker Rebbe had said, that if you think about me, I'll think about you. And so he decided that he's going to communicate with the Frierdiker Rebbe by thinking. He wrote a pidgin to the Frierdiker Rebbe b'machshava, in his thought. 2 weeks later, Reb Mendel's wife, who was living in London, receives a letter from the Frierdiker Rebbe. And in the letter, I've seen this letter, I have actually seen this letter. And the letter says, Hapan, it's addressed to Reb Mendel, and it says the opinion was received. And the family went crazy, because the family said, there's no way that he could have sent an opinion from Siberia, even from anywhere in Soviet. So obviously he's out. That's how excited they were, because the Frierdiker Rebbe had read his opinion, which he sent with his thought. That's unbelievable. And so I grew up in London when Reb Mendel was still living in London before the Rebbe sent him to Israel. And I knew Reb Mendel, he knew me. And so Reb Mendel had this connection to the Rebbe. Then I said to myself, Reb Mendel? You ain't no Reb Mendel, man. And you will never be. I wish I could be Reb Mendel. Reb Mendel was an amazing chassid. A man who studied Torah day and night. A man who davened every day for 2 or 3 hours, not when he had COVID, but every day. A man who put his life in his hands just to help out fellow Jews. That's an incredible thing. And I can't. Reb Mendel can do this. I'm no Reb Mendel. I'm sorry. I'm not doing this. And then I reminded myself that there was a shliach not too far from here, whose name is Yisrael Darren. And Darren went out on shlichus in 1973. And the first activity that he wanted to do in this new place that he went to was to make a concert. And on Sunday, by Friday, 9 people bought tickets before Shabbos. And he was oismesh. He realized what a disgrace it would be if this auditorium that fits hundreds of people would have 9 people who bought a ticket. But this is going home, this big thing. The first activity of Chabad in this town will be the biggest flop this place ever saw. And he was incredibly worried and deeply sad. And at 1:30 on Shabbos, this was Friday, on Shabbos, he reminded himself about the Rebbe's coming. The Rebbe's coming at 1:30. And so he stood in front of a picture of the Rebbe, and he remembered the story of Reb Mendel. And he says, okay, I'm going to connect with Rebbe this morning. And he thought he conveyed his issues in his thought to the Rebbe. The next day, standing room only. Hundreds of people lined up at the box over there at the gate to buy the tickets, and the place was absolutely sold out. And Darren didn't have a second to report to the Rebbe, but it was a smashing success. Later that evening, Rabbi Darren's grandparents, Rabbi and Mrs. Posner, who lived in Pittsburgh, who attended the concert, had the yeshidus that they had already established some time ago for that evening. So Rebbe saw yeshidus on Sundays and on Thursdays from the mid-60s and on. Before that, he had also on Tuesday. Sunday. So they had a scheduled yeshidus with the Rebbe. And Mrs. Posner told the Rebbe that they were just coming from the concert in Connecticut or Massachusetts. From Amherst, Massachusetts. To me, it's Connecticut, Massachusetts. I'm actually just coming from Massachusetts. I was last night. I was there, but I climb up in life. It says, you have to make a leap. Malden, but I came to Connecticut. And tomorrow I'm going to New York. So she told the Rebbe that we're coming from the concert. The Rebbe said, how was the concert? And so she says, it's amazing. A lot of people, it was packed. Everybody was there. So the Rebbe said, yesterday, Yisrael was so worried and concerned and upset and sad. He had no reason to do that. No one told the Rebbe about this, except Yisrael Darren himself had this connection. So the Rebbe, based on what he remembered from the story of Reb Mendel. So I said to myself, Reb Mendel, you ain't going to be, but Darren, well, by the way, I've told this very story to Yisrael Darren himself, so this is not any kind of this to Yisrael that he left. Yeah, he left. I know Yisrael Darren very well, and I know that Yisrael Darren may have a lot of merits and good things that he does. But I think I can hope one day to reach that level. Remember, this is real fast. So good. If Darren did it, I can do it. And so I decided that I'm going to go through this, and see how I can connect with it. But then, like, how do you do this? You have to start writing something. And it was Shabbos, and I just didn't feel comfortable, even in my thoughts, to write to the Rebbe, even in my thoughts on Shabbos. And so I said to myself, all right, Shabbos will be over in a few hours. It's not that long. I'll go to sleep, and I'll wake up at some point, and Shabbos will be over, and that's when I'll be able to do this. But I felt much better that I'm going to do this, get this connection to the Rebbe. But so Shabbos went out, and I immediately started making preparations to sit down and write this pidgin, write this pun, write this pidgin to the Rebbe. And I decided, for whatever reason in my mind, that I'm going to sit down upstairs in the small base medrash on 770, under the clock, and that's where I'm going to write this. So I sat myself down in my mind, took out a pen and a paper. I said, wait, we can go to the mikveh. So I'm going to go to the mikveh for Machshava first. So I stood up and I walked out of the front door, 770, made a right, went to Union Street with Jimmy's mikveh. That's where I went when I was a Bachan. That's the mikveh I can imagine. And I went into that. Went into the mikveh, dried myself. I went through the whole mikveh. I came back upstairs to 770, and I wrote down, those pages that you get at the oil. I wrote maybe about a third of the page. Very short, concise brief. I'm very sick. The doctors are telling me that this might be the end, and that I'm asking for a bracha. That's basically, really very short. And then I said to myself, now that I've finished writing this, I'm right near the Rebbe's room. I should go into the Rebbe's room, knock on the door and see, maybe, I'll have an opportunity to actually see the Rebbe in my mind. In the Rebbe's Yeshia, Baruch Hashem, in my life, I've been in Yeshivas many, many times, more than 10 times. So I'm familiar with what it looks like, what it feels like, what it's supposed to look like. I'm going to go. And so I made my way to the Rebbe's room. In the meantime, I continued to drift in and out of consciousness. So I'm falling asleep in all this time. The closest I got was to the door of the Rebbe's room. But I didn't make it in before falling asleep. Every time I woke up from this sleep, I said, go back to the mikveh. Start the whole thing over again. I did this maybe 50 times, over and over and over again. And by the time I got all three, the mikveh, the writing, and then walking into the Rebbe's room, it was already light outside Sunday morning. But I was not going to give it. Now, this was something that I set myself, I'm going to do this, I'm going to do this. And I did. I got there Sunday morning, and I finally managed to get into the Rebbe's room without drifting off. And I'm seeing the Rebbe in front of me. And I could see this, the Rebbe would sit slightly towards the left side of the desk. And I walk in, and I hand it over. When the Rebbe would read the paper that you gave, pages or pages, the Rebbe would sort of roll it between his thumb and his finger. Exactly what happened there. The Rebbe read it as rolling it, and then the Rebbe looked up at it, and the Rebbe said 4 words. 4 words that I've never shared with anybody in the world. No one. These 4 words were basically encapsulated the exact person I am. It's like, if I would spend 50 years trying to figure out how to put my whole life and everything I've done and everything in 4 words, there's no way I could do it. And it was like, that's when I realized that this must be real. Like, wow, how did he come up with this? I realized that this must be something true, not just some fantasy, some visualization. And that was it. The Rebbe looked down and I walked out. And as soon as I walked out, the whole vision just dropped. And I understood immediately that I'm going to have a refuah. I knew that from that point on, right away. No, stop all of it. Because everything's going to be fine. Now, if everything is going to be fine, I'm going to come back to be myself. I cannot be the person I was before this. Because if somebody gets a new lease on life, you cannot then live the same way. You're given life as a gift, and the gift from Hashem to accomplish something. If Hashem decided that you need to stay in this world, that means that there's more for you to do, not just what you're doing until now. Because if everything what you did until now was good, then you wouldn't have had to go through this issue. The energy that goes into healing and the sickness and then the healing, it means, it demands that you've got to be more. And I just, because I wasn't myself, I couldn't think properly. It took me 3 days to figure out. I need a better father, a better everything. And every area of my life needs to be better. And it took major hachlotas of things that I need to do to make my life more meaningful, better than it was before. It took me till Wednesday to get this. When I figured it out, it's not very deep, it's not very hard, but again, in my state, I just couldn't do it. But when I finished it, within a few minutes, they came to me in the room and they said, we're taking you out of the ICU, we're putting you into a regular room, and then we'll see. And you'll be here for a few more days, and then the next day, Thursday, they came into my room and they said, you're ready to go home. I said, you said it's going to take a few days. He says, no, something's happened overnight. You're okay. And so I went home on Thursday evening, Shabbos at home. Sunday afternoon, I began to feel incredibly good. By Monday, I couldn't stand on my feet. By Tuesday, I literally could not move. And I have a nurse in my community. She came in and she said, I said, anything but hospital. Hospital is just not, it's not a fun place to be. She took my numbers were going, my body was basically shutting down. And she said to me, you will not make it to the night if you don't go to the hospital now. I went to the hospital and it was code red. They were running in and out of my room for 24 hours. What happened was I had sent me home with the wrong medicine, blood thinning medicine. And I was internally bleeding and my body was almost shutting down. It knocked me completely out. I'm totally out. I had no strength. No strength to do anything. I lay in the same position for days. I was in the hospital for 10 days, all in the ICU. And I was in very bad shape. And by the time I got home, they let me out 10 days later on Friday, 1 week before Pesach. Pesach was on Motzei Shabbos. Erev Pesach was on Shabbos. That year, a very unusual year. Well, 1 week before there was Erev Shabbos by Gitra, I got home right before this mention. And I lay on the couch. I was just out. I was so sick. In my house, we have Pesach downstairs. That's where we have a Pesach kitchen, a Pesach dining room. My sons carried me down. Not they supported me. They literally had to pick me up and take me down. I could not go down the stairs. I couldn't walk on my feet. That's how sick I was. But I knew that I had this bracha from the Rebbe, and I knew what I was going to do. By the time Pesach was finished, by after Pesach, I was able to walk down, with help, I was able to walk down the stairs myself. 2 weeks later, it was the beginning of Iyar, Gimel Iyar, maybe Beis Iyar, Daled Iyar, beginning of Iyar. I had a scheduled appointment with the cardiologist at his office. So I went there and I sit down in the room and they say, he'll be in a few minutes. And he comes into the room and I stand up and say, hey, Dr. Darlington, it's the first time I'm meeting you outside the hospital. He says, where's your walker? I said, oh, I didn't bring the walker. What do you mean? Wait a minute, who brought you here? I said, I drove. He said, no, but I mean, who drove you? I said, me. He said, sir, that's impossible. I said, what do you mean? I saw you in the hospital, and I know exactly what's going on with you. There's no, come on, man. All right, now tell me what's really happening. I said, no, I drove here, and I did not come with a walker, and I walked myself, from the parking lot all the way in. He says, I'm sorry, but that's not possible. So I said, are you saying that there is a miracle? He says, I don't know what a miracle is, but in 22 years of my practice, this is not possible. I've never seen anything like this. You can't be where you were 3 weeks ago and do this, what you're doing now. Not possible. So I said, I think I'm a little bit of I'm chutzpah now. These brothers from the Rebbe were just, I said to him, I said, if we're going to talk about the impossible, one thing was very, very clear to me. After this connection that I had with the Rebbe, I was like, I don't want to use the word dying. I was cholishing to go to the oil and just reconnect over there. I just needed that. So I said to him, my brother is making a wedding in about a month in New York, and that was true, on Isru Khan. And I would like to get your permission to go to New York in 4 weeks from now. It sounds so absurd for me to even suggest that. So he said, I think we're pushing the envelope here, big time. I said, I know, but we can see that envelopes are being pushed around their end. He says, we'll wait 2 weeks and let's see where you are 2 weeks from now. Anyway, bottom line is, I didn't get permission to go. Isru Chag was on Wednesday, and it came with a bunch of conditions. I couldn't walk around here. I had to rent a car and don't take it. At that wedding, do not get up from your seat. And don't eat that stuff that they give you and all that. Eat proper, healthy food. And don't bring back no luggage. I mean, all kinds of conditions. And 2 days, rent a car. I'm very, very happy to fulfill those conditions, as long as I can just go there. And so Wednesday night was the wedding. On Thursday morning, I went with my father, who hadn't been to the oil since COVID, been there over a year. And together we went to daven Shabbos. And after Shabbos, I sat down to write my papers, my settlement. And this time, I wrote and I wrote. And I sat for 2.5 hours, page after page after page, every single detail. Things that I shared with you here and things that I didn't share with you here, all the chachlotas, the second time, the whole thing. I put everything down on the paper. It took me 2.5 hours to do this. In the meantime, my father had written his thing, and he went in, and he came out, and he was saying the Tillim, and he finished his Rambam, and I'm still. Finally, after 2.5 hours, I got this whole Megillah in my hand. And I make my way into the night. And I knock on the door, and I open up the door. As soon as I walk in there, I burst out. something I had never done until then, and never done since then. I'll share with you that Rabbi Yitzchak Groner, I heard this story, I heard from Label Groner, and then I heard it from Rabbi Groner's son, Tzvi Groner, Rabbi Groner from Australia. He went into the Rebbe in Tavshin Med, 1980. And basically he had written that he wants to just quit. No, he wants to retire. He set up the place in Australia that it's running by itself now. And he doesn't feel that he has the strength and the vigor, the energy to continue. And he wants to give it over to his sons and to family members and to other people. Let them expand, let them build it. Not that he's quitting on the place, but he just doesn't want to continue the responsibility of it. The Rebbe is weird. The Rebbe gets about halfway through. The Rebbe looks up at it, and the Rebbe says something to the effect of, I'm going to be with you. I'm with you wherever you go. Like, why would you give this up? Every step you take, I am with you. And he expected either to get an agreement, an unlikely agreement, or a baseball bat in his face. The Rebbe would say, stop with your nonsense. But instead, the Rebbe was saying to him, how could you give up the greatest privilege and zechus and my shluchim? I'm with them all the time. And he was so overwhelmed and emotional about this that he said to the Rebbe, excuse me, I'm children. And he walked out of the yeshivas and burst out crying. So his brother, Label Groner, who was manning the yeshivas, said, what are you doing? He says, I needed to cry, but I couldn't cry inside the Rebbe. Nobody cries inside of the yeshivas. You stand there like a soldier. Label said to him, you're out of your mind. The Rebbe's sitting there waiting for you now. How could you walk out? Get back in right now. A chassid doesn't cry when you're in yeshivas because you're not yourself. You are not trying to connect and find yourself deeper. And so you're concentrating on one element, and the element is, how can I focus and concentrate on the Rebbe and on my neshama being connected to the Rebbe? And so standing there, the oil, I felt quite embarrassed because I was always very cognizant and aware that standing at the oil was like going to yeshivas. So the first thing I did, I immediately took my right hand. I had this Megillah, and I put my hand over my face like this. And the instant I did this, the second I did that vision from the ICU came right back to me, as though it was like a continuation. Now I am going to share with you what the Rebbe said, what I heard the Rebbe say. Did the Rebbe say it? Maybe, what I heard. And remember, it took me 2.5 hours to complete this whole Megillah. This is it. I'm going to say all the words in Yiddish, and then I'll translate it in English. 2,5 Stunden, just like that's how it started. 2,5 Stunden, du bist schon da gewesen. Und wenn du bist da gewesen, habe ich dir gegeben eine Brache. Und wenn ich gebe eine Brache, ist es nicht Stamme Brache, nur das ist eine Sinas Keim. In 2,5 Stunden hast du gekannt überkehren die ganze Welt. This is a translation. 2.5 hours? You were already here. And when you were here, I gave you a bracha. And when I give a bracha, it's not just a bracha, but it's an empowerment. It's the ability to get it done. In 2.5 hours, you could have turned over the whole world. And as soon as the Rebbe said those words, the ganze Welt, the entire vision disappeared. And I was left standing there at the oil. And talk about being embarrassed. I don't think I've been this embarrassed in my entire life. I didn't know what to do with the pile of papers in my hand. I was planning and standing there and pouring out my heart, which I had already poured into these words. But now, should I or shouldn't I say? I decided I'm going to say it, but like, the way you say Ashrei. I just ran through it and I threw it in there and I got the heck out of there. Now, let me explain how sick I was. That trip really did me in. I think LaGuardia actually did me in. It's done a lot of people. It's done a lot of people in. I came home, and 3 weeks later was Gimel Tammuz. And I come every year Gimel Tammuz. And that year, I was so sick that 3 weeks later, I could not go to New York again. Gimel Tammuz. It took me till I went to Chav Ov to New York, came to New York for Chav Ov, that was father's yard side, but I couldn't come to Gimel. 6 weeks after Gimel Tammuz, I couldn't come to Gimel. I was sick, really sick. So it wasn't like I was already running around. And they told me in the hospital, this kind of situation that you're in, it's going to take you a minimum of 4 months. Don't get off the couch. So I was, they told me, take it easy and everything else. But what was I thinking by sitting there for 2.5 hours and writing this thing? It's like so, the Rebbe was so correct. Such a powerful, important message. Are you sitting around complaining and crying about some stuff that happened to you, which you've already done? What are you doing? It's the doing. So you're sick. You got to sit on the couch. You can write emails. You can talk to people on the phone. You can turn over the whole world. Even if you're not yourself, your full self, your complete self. There's so much that can be done. So instead, I'm thinking about, oh no, I was so sick, and I was so sick, and I was really, really, really sick for 2.5 hours. Ooh. What's that going to help? Where's that going to get anyone? So you pour your heart out. You did that already. I worked the whole night to get into the Rebbe's room to be 50 times. And the Rebbe responded. And I was having miraculous recovery. Like the doctor himself was saying, this is not possible. So what now? Now it is your life is here. Get to work. And so I share the story, number one, the obvious message. If you need to connect to the Rebbe, you can. There's no problem, it's much more difficult. You can't stand there, I know, but you can push yourself in if you need. I did. It happened to me, and I am no Rebbe. I promise you, I'm not Rebbe. Never will. But somehow I got in there, and I got what I needed from there as well. Not just stood there. That's number one. Number two, when you send a pidyon, that means you're sending an entreaty, or if you want to call it gibel, a tefillah. You're asking the Rebbe to daven for you, to intercede for you. This is how mispalel l'matzibu. The final words about Pada B'Shalom Nafshi. You're going to engage in tefillah. You're going to connect to Hashem. You're going to daven Shabbos. You're going to daven Mincha. You're going to daven Mai. When I say Krishna Shalom Mita, it's Shabbos, it's Yom Tov, it's a kindness, whatever it might be. And you're connecting to Hashem. You're connecting to the Rebbe. It's Pada B'Shalom. You release all kinds of energies and brachas every time you do that. It's not stama bracha. It's an empowerment every time you daven. That's what Pada B'Shalom means. You release with inside of you, the nafshi. You release from your nefesh, from your soul, whatever it is. You're feeling down because you were sick, because of this. That's all nonsense. It's all in your head. What's really happening when you're davening is that you're being connected to Hashem and you're being showered with all kinds of energy of godliness. It's being redeemed, it's being released inside of you. And the only thing you need to do is grab it and get to work and turn over the world. And if we have more problems and more issues and we were sick or we might be sick still, and we want to cry, but that's not going to help. Take the energy that you have, that will help. Look, I'm here. It's not been 2 years. And I'm not strong. I'm stronger than I was before, much more in every area of my life, Hashem, except my head. I still got some brain fog. But my fellows over there, about a picture, see them, my good friends are saying, you know, Rabbi, that has nothing to do with COVID, right? That's not an excuse either. Brain fog? Yes. I do. I actually really do. But you know what I'm doing? I'm telling my brain, you be quiet, and I'm going to continue learning. It's hard, very, very hard. Sometimes it's a big struggle. But that's what we're here for. That's the Nefesh Elokis, Nefesh Abraham, it's a struggle every day. It's all nonsense. It's all things that we think about. If we imagine in our head, it's all nonsense. The truth is, we have the kaya, we have the strength, we have the energy, and we have the brachas. We just got to cash it in. Chaim. Huh?
Nobody shirts like that.
What are the 4 words?
I knew there was something.
I want you to know that I made a hachlota after this story, after I came home, and I said, it's not a private story. This is a story that I know that needs to be shared. I just feel, and wherever I go, basically to Fabring, and I usually share this story, because I want people to know that you can still be connected to the Rebbe if you want to push hard enough. And also the other messengers that are very abound in this story. And everywhere I go, there is at least one person, Ailey, who says, what are those 4 words?
There's one in every crowd, we have one.
Everyone. So I will not, no, that's not going. That's not even going to be in the book. It's just too personal. The story itself is very, very personal, but the words are like, I just can't.
Yeah, you almost had it.
One of these days, I'll drink enough, maybe. The next level, working our way backwards. So after tefillah, going backwards is Gemilas Chasod. It was June 17th, 2017. I use these terms, although the rabbi over here might not appreciate it, but I have to use those terms as you'll see in a second. I received a WhatsApp invitation to a conference call. 2 numbers are inviting me. One number I recognize, it's 972, that's Israel. The other one I don't know. And there are 2 women who are inviting me to this call. I don't know them. I don't recognize, they're both of them have pictures, I don't recognize who they are. And so I can say, if it's come from Israel, then maybe there's something going on here. Maybe it's coming for Shabbos. There's so many different things it could be. So I press accept. And I hear two women talking to each other in Hebrew. And the price of tea in China, whatever the conversation was, it had absolutely nothing to do with me. After about 15 seconds, I'm listening to this and I'm saying to myself, wait, why am I here? So I said, shalom, and then silence. And click, click, they both hang up. What kind of business is this? How do you catch me anyway? Why did this happen? Who was inviting me? So I look at the pictures, and one of the women, the younger one, looks very similar to my sister-in-law, the wife of my wife's brother. Okay? My sister-in-law lives in Brazil, but her brother is the head of Chabad in Ukraine, in Kiev. And I'm going to Kiev in a few weeks. And so therefore, I figured that it must be her because she's probably related to my sister-in-law, and therefore it must have, because the other one I don't know about any, I can't even figure this one out. So I clicked on her number and I said, in Hebrew, I wrote, I received a conference call from you, and I imagine it must have been a mistake, but just in case. She says, Ken, ta'ut, mistake. So, okay, I'm not a believer in wrong numbers, but that's me. If somebody says it was a wrong number, okay, wrong number. 1 month exactly later, July 17th, 2017, the same thing happened with the same two people on the exact same day. And again, I say hello, shalom, and the click off and then goodbye. I said, okay, twice the wrong number, that's not happening. And so at this time, I contacted the other woman who's from Israel. This woman was from Ukraine, the first one, the younger one, as I said before. The other one from Israel. And I said, okay, this is the second time this has happened, and I cannot accept that there's a wrong number here. Who are you? Okay, I want to know what's going on. It turns out I know this woman's brother was a classmate of mine when I was studying in Yerushalayim, in Yeshiva. Her father is the Sefer who wrote my tefillin. Her husband, somebody I know quite well, that's probably where it came from. I was in a couple of WhatsApp groups with him. And he wasn't my teacher. He was a teacher at the school, in the Torah Semis in Yerushalayim, in the yeshiva that I was at. But he wasn't my teacher, but he spoke English, and we know each other. So I said, okay, if you're this person, then why are you contacting me? Why is this happening? I said, and I cannot accept that there is a wrong number here. There's no wrong numbers anymore. There's no wrong numbers before, there's no wrong number. There must be a reason. So she writes back and she says, yes, the other woman is my daughter, and it's her. And she'll call me. Okay. So the other woman doesn't know me from a hill of beans. She's quite much younger. She's the daughter of somebody who was my teacher. Well, not my teacher, but anyway, my teacher. And there was no intention. What she was saying was, it must be my daughter. And it turns out the daughter is actually a shliach in Ukraine and was going through just a very unimaginable, difficult time. I'm not going to get into any kind of details. And what she needed most, it was her and her husband and the family, that kind of have quite a few children, they just needed some chizuk. They needed encouragement at that time. And for whatever reason, it happened, that God chose me. I don't know why it would be me. But I was chosen to deliver encouragement. The first thing I told her was, I'm going to be here in a few weeks. I was there in August. What do you need? What can I bring for you? We don't need anything. I said, no, come on, I got a whole list. My whole suitcase was filled with goodies. And then I threw in the rest of the suitcase with all the stuff that she didn't tell me that I would know that they would appreciate. Chocolates, chips, licorice, and whatever. And I went there and I changed my ticket because I was supposed to be in Kyiv just for a couple of hours. I was at other places in Ukraine. I stayed the whole day. Her parents were there as well, that same woman and her husband that I had. And we remained in the house for 6 hours. It was what beautiful Fabrini. And I remained in touch with this family, with her specifically, and with the whole family. And over the last few years, I've been quite involved. I was there last year. Zion Cheshbon was my last time I was in Cuba. I went right after I had my heart taken care of. I decided to go away for a few days, and I went to England, which is where my parents live. And I went. My sister was making a wedding then, so it was a perfect time. And then I went off to Kyiv, and if I bring in the shul over there on Zion Cheshbon, and then I went home to the house and spent a lot of time. Now, when I was in their house, where's Mendel Deitch? Is he still here? Mendel? Not here anymore. So remember I told you the story before about Mexico, and I was going, it wasn't Yitzhak Kessler, he reminded me, I was going to the wedding, he was at that wedding. It was Zion Kessler. This boy, when I was in their house on Zion Cheshbon, I said to him, when is your bar mitzvah? He said, Zion Kislev of next year. This was last year. In the meantime, he says, and will you come? I said, without a question, of course I'm going to come. And the mother would say, what do you don't ask questions like that. I said, absolutely. I planned, I was going to go to the kiddush, finish the kiddush, and go straight to Europe, and then go to the bar mitzvah in Kyiv. In the meantime, war breaks out. And these people have had to run. And they ran out of there, and they went to Israel. So now, where's the bar mitzvah going to be? Time moves on. It's Pesach. It's Shavuos. I've raised money in my community, sent it to these people, to this family. You know, I keep on giving the chizuk and the encouragement, the things that I could do on my side. And then it was right after Simchas Torah, and I said, "Listen, if it's going to be in Israel, I need to go. I need to get a ticket. I need to figure this out." And so they told me that the boy said he doesn't want anything for his bar mitzvah other than to go to the Rebbe. He wants his parents to take him to New York so he can have his first aliyah, and he can just be on his 13th birthday in New York. We're coming for 5 days. They came on Tuesday. Hey Kislev, and they left on Sunday, Yudkis. Mamish 5 days. Why? Because in the meantime, their older daughter got engaged, and she's getting married on Zeis Hanukkah. Thank God that God didn't ask me if I'm coming to the wedding. Although I'm still working, it's very hard to leave. It's not a good time. Anyway, so they're making my mitzvah in New York. What are you planning to do? Okay, you're gonna get an aliyah. Okay, that's simple. But what are you planning to do? I said, well, you have to have some kind of a suda, some kind of a get together. She says, well, there's only 4 or 5 of us. And the son is learning in 770, and then that's it. I said, I don't care how many people there are. We need a suda. And would you please give me the privilege of organizing this? And so she says, well, what do you mean? I said, well, let me handle this. I'll do something. And so I organized this bar mitzvah from beginning to end. It cost me over $1,000. I got my daughters to prepare food, and I bought mashke and tablecloths and cutlery and challahs and wine and I thought dips and candles and candlesticks. A massive spread of great proportions, they're absolutely beautiful. And I had this all arranged, a place, a little shul on Crown Street, et cetera, et cetera. I just went completely crazy and made this very beautiful event for this family. And I also arranged the breakfast and the aliyah at the oil. From beginning to end, I just took care of the whole thing. All they needed to do was come, was get to New York and leave New York. I'd take care of everything else from there. And then I get out and I said, I promised the boy I'm going to be at the bar mitzvah. Okay, good. And so on Wednesday, both Kessler, I got on a plane early in the morning. I'm landing in New York at about noon, so I can spend the rest of the day preparing it, setting the table, and all of that. And for the first time, I sat down in a week. I'm coming back from the Guinness. It's a lot of stuff that accumulates. And for the first time, I'm sitting on the plane. The plane takes off, and I said to myself, it's a lot of money to put on the card, over $1,000. I need to get this, I need to raise this money. Now, where am I going to raise the money from? Now, how am I going to find this money? And I'm just thinking to myself, I never worry about anything, but I just know that I've got to find this money in the next few days, and then focus on maybe going to Israel for the bar mitzvah. Thank God the bar mitzvah isn't in Ukraine, so it doesn't cost me that much. But ticket to New York and everything else, that was a lot more than I was expecting. So I gotta figure it out. I gotta think about it now. And then as I'm doing that, my phone is on the plane, the WhatsApp call. And of course, I declined it. And I said, sorry, I'm flying right now. And the guy on the other side sent me a note, are you available for Shabbos? I said, listen, I'm on my way to New York. I'm taking a 10 o'clock flight out of New York on Thursday night. I'm only getting back home early Friday morning, and I've got Shabbos to prepare for the community. And so he says, $1,000. What? You go out of your way to help somebody, I promise you, you're going to get it back. This past Friday, 4 days ago, I had a meeting with someone at 10 o'clock in Atlanta. I don't usually go to Atlanta on a Friday in the winter. It's just no time. The days are very short, as we all know. And you have to go back home, traffic and everything else. But I had to go. So I had this meeting with this guy at 10 o'clock on Friday. And then I figured the meeting would go till about 11. And then I had to do a bunch of different things in Atlanta. And I figured I'll be home at about between 1 and 1:30. That would be the thing. So I would have, Liz mentioned was 5:12 or something like that in Peachtree Center. At 5 after 9, I'm already on my way. I've left the house and the phone rings. It's Fagi Duchman, Shalom Duchman's wife, lives in Crown Heights, and she has a daughter on Shlichus in Chattanooga, Tennessee. Chattanooga is 2 hours from Atlanta. There's a bar mitzvah of her grandson of this past Shabbos by Yishlam. And he goes to the online school, and there is a bunch of friends that decided that they're all going to come for Shabbos. And they all landed on early Friday morning at 7 o'clock. And a van went to the airport to pick up all these boys. And when they got to Chattanooga at 9 o'clock, they discovered that 2 suitcases were left behind. One of them with tefillin, and they're left behind in the airport. And I am the chaplain, the Jewish chaplain in the Atlanta airport, the busiest airport in the world. And she says, I heard that you can do something. Huh?
I said it is now.
So good one, touche. And so, what do I know? The chaplain doesn't deal with lost and found. What am I supposed to do here? So I said to her, listen, where was it left? So it was left in the parking lot. I said, okay, the parking lot has its own management and they have buildings. So Google the number to the parking lot management of the Atlanta airport and call, see if they have it, because usually they'll pick it up and they'll take it to that place. Then they'll turn it into lost and found. So first call them. Calls me back in 5-10 minutes. She hasn't gone, and then she says, then they're telling me to fill out the form online, and I'm not lost and found. I didn't know what number to call. Nobody's answering the phone, So I said, at this point, I'm pretty close to the airport. I got to drive the highway takes me past the airport and go into Atlanta. I live on the other side of the airport.
Yeah, you're right.
Huh?
It's the busiest airport in the world.
Huh?
I'm checking your facts.
Oh, it's not just the busiest airport in the world. It's the busiest airport by millions of passengers. It's my,
4.7 million seats.
how many?
4.7 million seats. Atlanta continues to be the world's busiest airport with 4.7 million seats.
Seats?
I don't know, seats, that's what I don't know.
That's wrong. It's by 4.7 million passengers over the closest one. That's probably what it means. Yeah, but it's not even close to any other airport. It's truly the busiest airport in the world by all three categories: of flights and connection flights and of passengers of whatever. This is all nonsense. And it's too TMI, too much information about nothing. But the luggage is hard to track once they said fill out forms online. So I said to her, okay, hold on. She was really panicked. So I said, look, I'm driving past the airport. I'm gonna stop it there. And if I have to, I'll go actually park the car because I have these parking passes. I can come in and go. So don't worry, I'll go in there. If I need to go inside to the Boston Bar, I'll do that. Just hold on, just calm down. I get into the airport, I'm running around from one parking lot to the other one to see where I can, if they have this place in the office where they put their stuff in. And I'm not getting too far. So I called her, I said, tell me, where did you leave? Where was this luggage left? I'm gonna check the actual place where they left it. So she said it was D39. I said, okay, hold on. I'm driving down D39. There's 2 suitcases still in it. So I said to her, the cases are here. She says, and I said, definitely these are your cases. She said, how do you know? I says, because it's one of the bags. I opened up the bag. It had a chayenu. She says, well, how do you know it's ours? I said, for crying out loud. She was so, that's how panicked she was. You understand how lost. Huh?
That's no.
So she says, does anybody have a chayenu in your bag? Kid said, yes, I did. I said, okay, I got your suitcase. I had to call the guy. Appointment at 10 o'clock was over. The appointment at 11 o'clock, I had to postpone. Well, what do you want me to do? He wants me to take them to Atlanta. And from Atlanta, they'll arrange something to, okay. So I didn't finish with this business until about 11:30. And the place was flooded. It was pouring. I ran up and slipping the suitcases out of there. I got it out. And I sat down in my car, soaked, mamish soaking wet. And the next thing I needed to do was meet this guy. Instead of 10 o'clock, it's now 11:45. I didn't get home till 4 o'clock. And that's when I started making the cholent, putting up the siddur and setting up the chairs and the tables and the chabanos. On Thursday night, the night before this, I was supposed to go from, this week, I left on Sunday from in Denver on Sunday night. And I was in Boston last night. And I was supposed to go from Boston to Phoenix. And Phoenix canceled on Thursday night. On Thursday night, they told me that they can't do it. So I'm now in the car, and this kid over here told me, "Are you available for Tuesday night?" Right after I went out of my way to help out another kid, I had the opportunity to come up a bed, and it wasn't lost. And one more story.
I was bewusst of my life for Sam.
He makes all kinds of miracles. And one more story.
I was supposed to have some different. He canceled it. You start the story.
So this was supposed to come in?
Yeah, yeah.
How about that? Now the story really.
And he called it, we honored to the night, we had to cancel the last week, he told us we were freaking out. That's the.
Everything works out amazing. But this story is the most bizarre story of the whole life. This story, what I'm about to tell now, will take the cake. I just mentioned before how sick I was. Well, there is an introduction to this story. And the introduction goes like this. You know, I just mentioned that I'm the chaplain over there, the Jewish chaplain. There's plenty of other chaplains from other faiths, denominations. I'm the only Jewish guy there. And it's a voluntary position. Nobody pays me for this. I go once a week. I go on Tuesday. They want us there for 4 hours. And for me, it's incredibly therapeutic. It just gets me away from the regular routine. And I'm now in the traveling world. You see people running up and down, and people hugging and crying, and then they're laughing and smiling. The world of the airport, you don't know, because when you go to the airport, you are focused. I gotta get to security, I gotta get to the gate, and then maybe I'll sit down and have a chance to mess with my phone. You don't see really what's going on. But from when you don't have anywhere to go, and you're just wandering around the airport, it is very, very interesting. And it's, for me, the whole week is so filled with, work and tension. Here, I have my talis and my tefillin with me. And I'm able to mizaki with tefillin, or with a lulav, or with a good word, or whatever, some friends, people who need help, and whatever. So it's, for me, this is, it's interesting. It's my fun break in the week. And so we play around. We have, we go into the side doors over there and we wander around. Anyway, I get there on Tuesday, the week before I was sick. And mamash, a week and a half before. And there is a black girl who is lying down in the chapel, lying on the chairs. Now I don't run the chapel, I don't run the place, but the people who run it, that's not allowed. And so if that's happening, something's going on. So I came in and I said, "Ooh, what's going on over there?" It turns out that this is a girl who comes from Philadelphia. And her father lives in Atlanta and her mother lives in Philly. And the mother became quite sick. And it was hard for her to take care of the kid while she was trying to be healed. And so the mother asked the girl to call the father and go to Atlanta for a couple of weeks, spend these next 2 weeks with your father. So the girl calls her father, and the father says, "Oh, that's great, fantastic." And he books a ticket for her. And she lands in Atlanta, and he's not there. She calls him, no answer. She texts him, nothing. She waits a half hour, does it again, and she waits in the airport for an hour. There's no one there. So she calls her mother. She says, "Mom, what should I do?" So the mother says, "Oh, maybe he lost his phone, or maybe he lost his mind, or whatever. I'll tell you what. I'll get you a hotel room tonight. You go home, go to the hotel, and hopefully tomorrow he'll contact you." Okay. She stays in the hotel for 2 weeks. Weeks. The father does not show up. And on that Tuesday morning, her brother, her older brother, who's in Philly, calls her. And he says, Mom was just taken to the hospital and she has a few days to live. You must come back home. So she says, how am I supposed to get home? Like a 16-year-old kid. So the brother said, go to the chaplain. They'll help you. The chaplains are the only people who can do anything for you. So she's in. So I said to the guy who's taking care of her, I said, so what are we doing? So he says, I've already gone to the airlines and, it was garbage airlines, like Spirit, they'll do it, but not for free. They'll do it for $70 or $20 or something, but not today. They don't have any room. They have to wait till Thursday in order to get this charity case. So I said, okay, so what's going to happen here? He says, I'm working on a place for her to stay tonight, overnight, and maybe tomorrow night. I said, okay, cool. Thank God that. And I go out and do my business. I come back a few hours later, and the kid is still sitting there, and I said, oh, are we good with we have a place for her? He says, Rabbi, can you take her home, please? I said, all right, you know what? I need to call my wife. So I pick up the phone and I say, would you like to have an 11th child? The skin is, the color is a little different, but it's still a fellow human being. And so I took her in the car and took her home. And when anybody comes to my house, it's treated with great honor, dignity, respect. And she got a great meal and a good bedroom and the tablet we gave her because she left the phone in the Uber. And I did my mitzvah on a Wednesday morning. The deal was at 10 o'clock, I drop her back off at the airport. So instead of dropping her, I actually went with her into the airport. And I said, all right, we're here. And you made arrangements for tonight, right? And he said, yeah, it's all arranged. We have somebody's house. She's staying in someone's house. So I said, okay, good. Well, I've done my deed. And just then the phone rings. And on the phone are these people who agreed to have this girl on over Wednesday night. And they said that it's their daughter's birthday tonight. And they decided that they're going to go to a hotel to make their birthday. But no worries, they have another room for this kid who they chose who they agreed to have overnight. They have a room for her in the hotel. This girl looks up to this guy and she says, I spent 2 weeks in the hotel, thank you. Don't need another hotel room. And then she said, can I please go back to the rabbi's house? I had the best night of my life, was in his house. Can I please go? When I heard that, I couldn't say no. And so I said, all right, let's go. We'll go back for one more. I said, tomorrow, is there a flight? Yes. I said, okay, come. Now this time I get home and my wife is not home. And I ain't staying in the house with a 16-year-old kid. Not happening. And so I needed to get out of the house. Where am I going? I can go to the Starbucks and see if there's anybody who put tefillin on. There's different things I can do. But in this particular case, my daughter had been home for Shabbos. This is Wednesday. She had been home for Shabbos. It was President's Day weekend last year. And she went back to Maryland to teach. And when she got back, she had to go through a COVID test, and her COVID test was positive. So she called us on Tuesday to say that she's positive. And so I said, okay. Now Wednesday morning comes and I say, oh, I'm going to go to the doctor and take a COVID test. That's what I'll do. So I went to the doctor and they came outside. Those days you couldn't go in. You had to come outside and get this thing that stick up the nose. They came back 5 minutes later and they said, it's negative. Now, I can't go back home. So I said, do you have any other tests here? So they said, well, we have the rapid test. That takes a lot longer. You're gonna have to come in for that. I said, great, I'll come in. So I went in, and that one takes about 10 minutes, 15 minutes, but you don't get the results for 2 days. And so they finished the test. And I said, what about the result? I said, well, that's gonna take a few more days. I said, do you have any other tests? They said, what test would you like? I said, what do you have? What are you offering? So they said, well, we do the heart and we do the kidney. I said, heart? I said, yeah, let's do a heart test. They said, why would you need a heart? I said, I don't, I might have felt a little murmur the other day. It's good to have a heart test. How long does it take? They said, it takes 45 minutes. I said, oh, great. So they lie me down, they put these things all over me, and the gel and and there's this machine and the EKG. And they said, there's something weird with your heart. I said, what do you mean? They said, I said, is it like that? They said, no, but it's something unusual here. We don't do this, but we'll send the measurements, we're sending them to the central this, and go get your heart sent to make sure everything is okay. I said, okay, great. Anything else? Is there something else? They took a kidney. And then I said to my wife, when he comes home, she says, I'm home. I said, of course. I said, no, I don't need any more tests. Thank you. And out I went. On Friday morning, they get a call. The results of your COVID test are back. You're positive. It was Erev Shabbos Parsha Zohar. I couldn't have the minion for Parsha Zohar, which I usually have. And on that Sunday is when I started feeling. When I got to the Sunday is when I started feeling COVID. When I got to the hospital on that Thursday, Finest Esther, they went into the computer within 1 minute. They knew exactly what was going on with me. That's why they told me they're sick, and they knew exactly what to do.
The PCR test, yeah.
From the tests that they took, the heart, the kidney, they knew exactly where to focus on me.
Wow.
And they said they didn't think we were going to make it, but that saved my life. Look what I did. I took this non-Jewish woman, I had no business doing this. And it's going sort of, more than sort of, very much out of my life. Mamash. You never know. You just never know. I'll add one more thing. When I was taking her back on Wednesday, back home, she told me that in her school, they said one of the activities of recess every day is to curse out the Jews. She's a Muslim, this kid. And she said, no more. That's what she said. That will not happen. I'm going to tell every one of those people exactly who the Jewish people are. And I will never let them do this again. Just interesting side of it. When you go out of your way to do whatever is needed to be done, don't give up the opportunity. It's a Friday morning and this person is driving me crazy. I said to myself, if my son had his bag lost over there, and how much panic I would go through, would I want somebody to say, why don't you call this number and go to that website? Or would I want somebody to say, let me find your suitcase? Do it. And beautiful things happen, because when you do that, you release the energy from Hashem, and amazing things go on. That's the second one of those. Whoever does this is Pada B'Shalom Nafshi. You are releasing, you're redeeming God. You're redeeming God inside of you for big brachas. He doesn't remain in debt. Hashem looks after us, especially when we look after others, and especially when we go out of our way to look after others. L'chaim. Could be a life-saving. I did it, I did it,
Now for off the record, now. Take a look.
Next time. Chaim.
Establish yourself.
Bubbles. So the final, you want to go?
No.
The final area is tighter. It's the first one, but I left it to the end.
You did?
Yeah, it was the pond. You daven after ever to daven. Yeah, that was the first one.
Oh.
You were sleeping a little bit. The Schwarze Kasha here? That I don't mind having that.
Oh, yeah.
Kasha is important to eat this Kessel. So the Indian, hello?
You mind sharing the, if you don't want to share the forward, obviously, but you mind sharing what was the intention? Like,
Yeah,
I would say what you will do, what you are, what you
if you can come here, so it makes it easier.
Yes.
תודה רבה.
Yes. Then.
תודה רבה. And I won't need the mic, so we'll just move it over here. Huh? The kasha from 30 minutes. No, this one was Friday night. The Rebbe turned 70 on Yudalef Nissen, Topshin Lamed Beis, 1972. That year, Yudalef Nissen, I can always rely on that. That year, Yudalef Nissen was on a Sunday, and the only Rebbe to turn 70, as I mentioned before, was the Tzemach Tzedek. The Tzemach Tzedek turned 70 about 110 years before Topshin Lamed Beis. Basically meaning that no one was around in 1972 that was around in 1860. And there was a discussion a few months before, what are we doing to prepare for this incredible milestone of a Rebbe turning 70? And Bochrim got together and they added 70 minutes, 3 times a week or something, to the Seder. So they learned Sichos of the Rebbe's Torah, for an extra 70 minutes for a few months of this. And the noise began to accumulate around the world about this incredible milestone. And it was decided that whoever was anybody was going to be present at this event. It wasn't a given that the Rebbe was going to be even Fabrengen, because the Rebbe didn't Fabrengen every year in office until the year before that, and that could have been an exception. You never know. So, but people said they're going to come. They come for Shabbos. Definitely will be a Fabrengen on Shabbos, and they're going to be in New York for the Rebbe's birthday. Shabbos, number the after was Chav Beis wasn't Fabrengen, and then Lamed Aleph wasn't Fabrengen. But how would you know Lamed Beis? But before Shabbos, the Rebbe already announced that there's going to be a Farbrengen on Sunday night. And the Rebbe came in. This was the biggest Farbrengen that had been in the history to that point. And the Rebbe came in at 8:30, delivered just absolutely amazing sichos based around the pasuk of Adam la'omo yulo. The Rebbe always said Adam la'omo yifole, but the Rebbe would change around the words of the pasuk in the book of Eve. Adam la'omo yulo, it says. Man was born, was created to toil. La'omo, to toil. And the Rebbe went into that. Why would the Abishter want that? And why do we have to toil? Why do we have to work so hard? And all of that stuff. They are absolutely rich and sweet and beautiful and fundamental in the way of life, in the way of a Jewish life, in the way of a connection to Hashem. It's absolutely fantastic. Then there was a mimer. Mimer went on for almost an hour. And after the mimer, whoever starts the songs started whatever song it was. But the crowd began somewhere on the other side of the crowd. They started singing B'cha Hashem Chatzisi, B'cha Hashem Chatzisi. Now, B'cha Hashem Chatzisi is a niggin. Wait, is the pastor here still? No, he was here before. His grandfather, Moshe Telashevsky, was in Samarkand, or maybe it was in Tashkent, one of those towns in Uzbekistan. And there was mainly Lubavitcher groups over there, but there was also a Baba Vachassid who came from the town of Baba, and he taught them this tune, and he remembered that tune, and he adapted this tune, the non-Lubavitch tune, to Lubavitcher words, or the Rebbe's kapitel of B'cha Hashem Chatzisi, the opening words of kapitel Ayin Aleph in Tehillim. And it became an instant hit. It was sung like all of the Saturday night. Once a Shabbos, the Rebbe goes home, and the place erupts into a dance with this niggin that went on for hours. And 770 wasn't big enough to fit the entire dance, the downstairs. And then it went upstairs, out and in, out. It was just a dance all night long, just like Ashenu Atet Volcano type of thing. So this niggin was sung over and over all night long. When the Rebbe came into the Farbrengen, very unusual for those days, they sang this song. And after the first sikha, they sang this song again. So this song had been sung quite a bit, but this guy just, whoever it was, began to sing this niggin. And yet again, overriding whoever started the niggin, whichever niggin he sang. You can't hear what other niggin he was beginning. Right after the mimer. And something went berserk. Went crazy. In the transcript, in the Hanocha of that Farbrengen, it says, Nignu, Hanigin, B'cha Hashem Chasisi B'His'eres Miyuchad. It says they sang the niggin, this niggin, B'cha Hashem Chasisi, with a unique inspiration. And after this, the Rebbe said the following sikha. What is in the following sikha? So the Rebbe said there is something, he began the sikha by saying that there's something that he wants to establish in the Lubavitch, and he was waiting for a special moment. And he's now ready for the special moment. So obviously, whatever happened in that between the mimer and the next sikha, which would have been this song, was considered even by the Rebbe as something unique and special. And that the Rebbe said, I was waiting for a time to introduce this. What did the Rebbe introduce? The Rebbe said that there are people who are suggesting that he should take it easy now that he's turning 70 and maybe retire. But the Rebbe said, you don't retire according to how old you are, you retire according to how you are, how you feel. And if the God gives you strength to continue on, then you need to continue on. And therefore the Rebbe said, just in case anybody has thoughts, he's asking that by next year, Yud Aleph Nisan, they should establish 71 new institutions. Ayin Aleph Meisters. And when the Rebbe said that, you could you can't quite hear it, but you could almost hear like a gasp, like, what? It would be like the Rebbe would say today, I want 10,000 new institutions by next year, like 386 every day. Like it was unfathomable. You couldn't imagine that. It was not even 10 Chabad houses around the United States, around the world. Like 71 new institutes. Like, how do you do that? So the Rebbe said, you don't have to be concerned about this. Then they'll see that if you start working on it, it'll happen much easier than you think. But basically, it was the talk that I did. Now, I was all of just under 8 years old when this was happening, and therefore, I remember very well the noise of it. I remember my father going before Shabbos, right before Pesach, and I also remember hearing the Farbrengen when I was a little 8-year-old broadcast over the phone that we used to have those days in England. But more than that, I was incapable of figuring out what exactly was going on. So in the later years, when I was already 13, 14 years old, I began to go through all the Hanachas, the transcripts of the Rebbe's talks. And then I get to 13, 14, I get to this page. And I can tell you that there is not another place in the entire thousands of pages of the Rebbe's works where they had this kind of situation, where they sang a song with an unusual way, and the Rebbe reacted and said, I've been waiting for this kind of moment. Now, what does that mean? What was unusual about this song that was different than any other song that they had sung thousands upon thousands of times? And so I waited till my father got home. My father was, of course, present. And I showed him the page. I said, what happened here? My father says, it was amazing. I said, okay, yeah, what? It was unbelievable. Now what happened? He said, it was just like incredible. I said, what did happen? Why was this any different than any other song that they would have sung by the Rebbe? He says, indescribable. I said, look, is this a feeling or was a song? What happened here? Something happened in this period between one thing and another thing at this Farbrengen. What did happen? And now, come what may, he could not tell me. Could not answer this question. And me being me, I was friendly with quite a few guys who were a few years older than me, like Yossi Hecht and Yossi Galitsky and Richie Whitkus, different people who were there at that time. And I approached many people, dozens of label, all-time barrel lips, all kinds of people. And I asked this question over and over again, and now everybody had the same reaction. It was amazing, blah, 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 blah. But what happened, no one could say. And now, this is really intriguing. Now, in the actual transcript that says this, the Rebbe himself referred to it, and the people over there know that this was unbelievable. Then nobody can say what happened. There's got to be some answer to this. And in 1983, they came out with all the tapes, the cassettes of the previous years. And till that point, they only sold the last 3 or 4 years, man. So I said, hey, listen, 72, you got that one? Absolutely. This is Lamed Beis, here it is, $5. And I ran to a tape recorder and I rewound it immediately to right after the mimer. And yes, you hear the guy starting to sing it, and all of a sudden, and they start singing this thing. Within 30 seconds, though, the thing is and erased the rest of the song, because who needs to hear the songs? It's the Rebbe's title that you need to hear. What's the thing? I take back those tapes. I was so disappointed. My goodness. Like, at least let me hear what it sounded like. There must be something there. Many years later, this is about now 15 years ago, a bacher gave me an absolute beautiful gift. The gift was like a little case with bunch of plastics that can contain CDs. And in them, he had recorded all the CD video footage that was available at that time. This is before Gem had its website open and everything else. But this is pirated stuff, I would imagine. I'm not sure where he got it from. I didn't ask any questions. So I came home at 12:30 at night, and I opened up this case, and I said, wow, what a treasure. Like, where do you go with this? So the first place I went to was? No. I noticed that they had the Mashiach Sefer Torah in Tafshin Lamed. At the first place I went to, I put that in, had about an hour-long footage of the completion of the Mashiach Sefer Torah. We heard so much about that. And to watch it in real life is incredible. See the Rebbe's face when the Rebbe came into the pavilion. It was amazing. Anyway, about an hour of that. And then I went right away to the office, Tafshin Lamed. Beis. They don't have Lamed Aleph there. Lamed Beis when the Rebbe turned 70.
Right.
When was Rebbe born? Tafresh? Very good. So Rebbe would have turned 70 in Tafresh? Very good. Okay. You know, of course you know. Who's
Getting
in
a little
Rebbe?
late.
Yossi Chazana is your uncle? Yossi Chazana, who lives in California. Yeah. That's your cousin? Your mother is his sister? No. Your mother is his. Okay, so that's right. So he's your birthday. His birthday is to Zion City. You know how I know that? Because he was born 2 days after me. And his male was the same male for me. 2 days later. And our bar mitzvahs together because my bar mitzvah was on a Tuesday. And my first Aliyah was on that Zion City. Same with his birthday. He had Rishon, I had changed it. Anyway. Oh, that's right. Yeah.
Second CD.
So I put in the CD of Yidal Listen, Lamed Beis, that was 70th birthday, and immediately I flew straight to the end of the mimer. I wasn't messing around with this. And the whole niggin is recorded from beginning to end. And you see something highly, highly unusual. By the Rebbe's Fabrengens, there was a lot of singing going on. There were notorious non-singers by the Rebbe. There were people who just didn't sing. They were lazy, they didn't have a voice, they didn't have a tune, they were whatever. There were lots of people who just were. It's called the people sometimes, some of people would discuss with Chaza, some people would just look in space. No, my friend there was a lot of things, there were a lot of reasons why people wouldn't sing. But if the Rebbe would encourage the singing, then most of the people would sing. But there were still people who just sit there and watch. I couldn't understand how they could do that. I can understand. For example, and this is not bad. For example, Rabbi Mentlik, who was one of the greatest Hasidim of this generation, who was the Rosh Yeshiva of 770, who gave Shiurim, who was an epitome of somebody connected to the Rebbe with his heart and soul and everything. Person who poured the wine at the Rebbe's Fabrengens for all the years, and he stood there trembling when he would pass along the wine. Like he would do it as though he's like a servant before a king, literally. I mean, but literally, and he wasn't putting on a show. This man really meant it. They once said, we spoke about in Shamish. Right, that was early on. Anyway, but Mentlik never sang. And when we were growing up, they would say that Rabbi Mentlik never moved. He just stood like a soldier, the entire Fabrengen. Even by Kosher Bracha, he was standing right next to the Rebbe, filling up the wine, and the Rebbe could be going with both hands. He would just not move. So they would say he was very, like, very focused. And even Mentor is on this video. You can see he's got this smile on his face. It's like lit up and he's looking around. Like, wow. You can see that even he is like unusually moved by this song. The old guys sitting behind the river are all, every one of them is banging on their legs and the legs are moving up and down. Everyone is singing. Everyone is involved. And the Rebbe, throughout the Nigun, from time to time, was encouraging the Nigun with the head like this, or sometimes with the hand. And the response, the way that the reaction would usually be a stronger singing. But it was disproportionate. People are just jumping up and down, singing with all their strength. The Rebbe really didn't need to do this. People were just screaming on top of that. The whole place is moving up and down. It's really like you don't see this in other times. And then after about 20 minutes or so, it ends. And so, rewind again. I gotta watch this again. And during the second time watching it, I suddenly felt myself transposed. I felt myself, I was there. I jumped up, I was sitting and watching, I stood up from my seat and I began, I was doing this, 1:30 in the morning, 2 o'clock, and I suddenly got it. Then that all the people who were present there were screaming 3 words, I love you. It just burst, the dam burst. These people who were wondering what could they do to honor the Rebbe, a person that they will go through water and fire, a Rebbe who has given direction and love and guidance and Torah and shlichus, and a Rebbe who is going to bring Mashiach. I mean, there's such a love to that Rebbe that is like, as we all know. And the people there, it just burst out. 70 years old, the feeling of this overwhelming feeling of love just poured out. And I don't know if anybody's here anyway.
Huh? Yeah,
2 participants, and I'm one of them.
they're just there. Yeah, but you do, a lot of followers.
Anyway, this guy's dying.
Huh?
It's dying.
Don't worry about it. I think that.
Anyway, I watched the second time. I have tears flowing down my face. I suddenly realized this deep, overwhelming feeling of love. By the way, later I approached all these people again in the last 10 years. And I asked each one of them, would you agree that this is, my findings are true? Would you describe it that way? My father, everybody agreed. You got it. Yeah, you hit the nail on the head. It was just an absolute stream of love. We didn't know how to say it. How do you say to Rebbe, I love you? It was just danced and danced and danced in the Rebbe's presence. The next thing I know, I watched this the entire for 5:30 in the morning. I couldn't get it. Like I couldn't stop. I didn't want this to end. You know that we love the Rebbe, but the feeling was just 5:30. And what did the Rebbe do? How did the Rebbe react to that? Because the Rebbe did say, I've been waiting for this moment. And the Rebbe said, I want you guys to leave. Oh, you love me? All right, boys. Now we can get to work. Now we can take over the world. And when I can feel this tremendous love. Rabbi Libet, were you present? Were you at that fundraiser? Tell us. Tell us how. What? No, would you agree that was a sentiment? Or if there's a disagreement, then we need to. You don't remember? That's what Berlitska told me. I said, would you agree? He says, I no, the one person disagreed, didn't say no, he just wouldn't say yes. That was a Leib Law. He says, you're talking here, saying this because that's my face. Saying this because I'm the first two people love. Leib Law time, I tried to this type of. But everybody
So
else,
why are you so calm?
I would like to be from both sides. We don't know. I think Shetsenius leads to the peace.
Why we have candles?
Huh?
Like why we have candles? It's nice and romantic.
It's romantic, huh?
Covered the evening.
Anyway. What did the Rebbe say? I want 71 new institutions. You know what that means? That means that for the Rebbe there would be infinitely more amount of work to do. But it also means something else. When we built the institutions around the world, when we became the winning team to take over the world, how are we doing this? How are we managing to convince people, to get people to follow? Do we put up a good showing? I think so. And do we do some good Simchas Torah dancing in the Chabad houses? Absolutely. We say L'chaim and some good assortments of absolutely. And do we smile at it? Sure. But that's not how we conquered the world. That's not how we are conquering the world. We are conquering the world and building all these institutions with absolutely one thing, and that is the Rebbe's Torah. It is how to take Torah and look at it the way the Rebbe looks at it, the way the Rebbe trains us and guides us and educates us to look at Torah, which means that the Torah is beautiful and the Torah is relevant and the Torah is optimistic and forward-thinking. And this is the only way. And this is the most beautiful thing. So when you get Dinah in last week's parsha, and it says Dinah went out, and Rashi says she was going out. And the whole world reads that Rashi and says the Rebbe says, Chas v'shalom, how could you say that? I was at that Tshpag and Shabbos by Yisrael Koshemembo. How could you say that about Dinah? No, it's the opposite. Dinah was going out on Miftzayim. Lina is nice to see what she can do with the girls over there. She was so powerful, says Rashi, she could have even brought Esau back. How could you say that she was running around? I once wrote this as an article, and Masnagid called me up and he said, how do you get this? I said, it's from the Rebbe. He says, that's like murdered. I've never heard anything like this. Or when you have a woman named Miriam Bas Bilga at the end of Masechta Sukkah, and the Rebbe says, this is not a woman who wants to be cut off from Yiddishkeit. That's not possible. It's revolutionary. Nobody looks at Torah this way. That every word and every letter is not just makes sense. It's so powerful and important and positive. That's how we take over the world. There's no other way. That's the secret of success. Everything else is irrelevant to that. The hour is late, so I'm not going to go into the entire details of the following story, but I can tell you that I mentioned before that I had a zchus to go on shlichus as a bocher to South Africa. The first time that they were opening up a yeshiva for the first time. This is New Year's Day, 1984, is the day we left. Chavot Tavis, Tavshin Mendal. We get to South Africa, it's January 3rd, and it's right smack in the middle of the summer. It's nobody in town. It's like late July, August, everybody's left. And it gave us a few weeks to sort of get used to the place, get used to the town. And at the end of January was Pashas Mishpatim. We left Sunday Pashas Boy. 3 weeks later, it was Sunday Pashas Mishpatim. And that Monday, they were reopening up the schools for the end of the summer. And they wanted us to hang out with the high school kids. The high school kids, to learn with them so they wanted us to be with them. These kids today are, Ari Shishler, you ever heard of him? And Gershon Goldman, et cetera, et cetera. These guys, my boys, our boys. They were little kids, they were 8, 9, 10, 11 years old. And we played with them, we sat with them and learned with them. But in order for us the icebreaker, to get to know them, they arranged a soccer match on the field on Sunday, not Chas v'Shalom middle of learning, but between davening and learning for a half hour, just a half hour. So an icebreaker to get to know the kids. And so it's right after davening, and I'm wrapping up my tefillin, and there was some kind of book on the table that had letters from the Rebbe. It wasn't an official Lubavitch book, a Kahos book. It was one of these, from Israel, I think. They put together different letters from the Rebbe in the Parshas, like the actual words of the Parsha. I can't figure out what that book was. Anyway, but it was Parshas Mishpatim. So I'm just wrapping up my tefillin, and I'm just looking for something to do. So I opened up the book to Parshas Mishpatim, and there's a short, maybe 5 or 6 lines, like a letter, and the pasuk in Parshas Mishpatim says that when the Jewish people come to Eretz Yisrael, not going to wipe everybody out at one time. The animals will run around. Little by little, I will drive them out. So it won't happen in one second. It took 7 years till the enemies were out. So the Rebbe says in this letter, says, what's the lesson from this? The lesson is that when comes time for to conquer our own Eretz Yisrael, our own land from all the enemies, you can't do it b'shana effort. You can't do it in one shot. It's got to be with a certain order, and it's got to have little by little, it's one little by little, because if not, there'll be other things that will fill in that back. Basically what the Rebbe was saying, and that was it. It was a very quick 1 minute thing, and I closed the book, and I went out to the field. I get out to the field, and I'm just looking around where to go, and a guy comes over to me like pretty quickly, like he's in a rush, and he introduces himself as the second in command over there on the school. He's a member of the board. He's a vice chairman or something. And he says to me, are you one of the shluchim? He's an Israeli guy. Are you one of the shluchim from the Rebbe? I said, yeah. He says, quick, I need a Dvar Torah for this week's parsha, for Mishpatim. I said, yeah, no problem. I told him the whole thing. He says, wow, it's exactly the theme of the meeting is going to be in this way. This is beautiful. Thank you so much. And Hatzlacha Rabba, and on his way. And he left, and I said to myself, phew, could you imagine if I did not open up that book? What would I have said to him? I didn't go to school today. My teacher didn't give me a Dvar Torah. What would I have said? Ask yourselves this question. It's rhetorical, so you don't have to answer. If I bumped into you, could you tell me a Dvar Torah from the Rebbe on Parshas Mishpatim right now? Don't answer the question. It's okay. This is not meant to be answered. There are approximately 50 different Divrei Torah on Parshas Mishpatim through our Kutis, Sisus, Sefer Sisus, and Sisus Kodesh, and Idris Kodesh. On Chabad.org, you will find dozens of articles for Parshas Mishpatim from the Rebbe. Could you? Okay, you know what? Let's not go to Mishpatim. How about Vayeshev? Say anything about Vayeshev? Again, don't need to answer. This is a rhetorical question. So if somebody stopped you in the street and asked you, you look like a Lubavitcher, you're a Lubavitcher, right? Yes, of course. I'm a Lubavitch. I got 3. Absolutely. And I'm just coming from Brengen and Vitas Kissin. Great. Tvater for Parshas Vayeshev, please. From the Rebbe, please. Something. Can you do it? Now, I'll be honest, when I was 19 years old and I was just getting started, and I had this big yachim, and hey, the shliach of the Rebbe, and I couldn't do it. And I said to myself, right there on the soccer field, standing there, I said, I am not going anywhere on Motzei Shabbos until I learn 3 sichos, and I can take them with me, know them. And I didn't stop that until I finished whatever sichos were available those days. And today you don't even need to do that. Today you just go Chabad along in 5 minutes you can have. Or in Chayenu.
It is translated correctly.
Or in English. Or in Hebrew. Or in Yiddish. Or in any language you want. French, Portuguese, Italian, Arabic, whatever you want, it's all available. And all you need to do is open up a Chayenu, open up a Dvar Malchus. You have dozens of things that you can say, and they're so beautiful. Don't forget the dreams, the difference between dreams of Yosef and dreams of Paretz, and the good Slichas Chelik Gimel of this week's parsha. A story with Achan and Rashi. The 4 times it says hand. And today is Chitas, Wednesday. Today meaning tomorrow, Wednesday. Endless about Yosef saying to the people in the prison, why are your faces sour? Why are your faces sullen today? Such a beautiful sikha from the Rebbe on Shabbos Vayeshev Tavshin Mem Hey, and also Shabbos B'Ketz Tavshin Lamed Dalet. Just an endless stream of beautiful ideas and thoughts that we have. This is the secret of success. Without that, there is no existence of Lubavitch. With all the things that we do, there's nothing that compares to that. Now, I'll finish with this. In Atlanta is a place that has lots of exhibitions and shows, and things like that, real estate and jewelry, furniture, and things like that. One of the few places. Chicago has places like that. Las Vegas, big convention centers. New York, Jacob Javits Center has. Anyway, so a lot of people come from Brooklyn who, not Chabad, other Hasidim, and they come and most of them leave before Shabbos, but those who are rookies and have just come usually have to stay for Shabbos. So when I used to live in Atlanta, I said to the Chabad over there, I said, listen, if there is a guy, a Polish, a non-Lubavitch, that's coming for Shabbos, do me a favor. This guy needs to stay in my house. Come to me. And so I have, over the years, I had some Gerach Hasidim, and then I once had a Belz. Belz Hasidim are very loyal to the Belz. They don't want to hear anything else. And good for them. That's the way they do things. So this guy was sitting in my Shabbos table. I took out the NCS wide benches, all these things about the, Karivon, Olam, and Menucha B'Simcha, and I don't know what else they say. Basa v'dagim v'chol matamim. And that's the thing. I said, hey, Chabad with this mirrors. This for them, mirrors is Shabbos table. Okay, good. Well, I'm humming along. And he's singing, and I think it's very nice to honor the person and let them feel at home. Good for them. And so we're getting along very well. And then it's Shabbos afternoon. We're going to shul for Mincha, and I said to him, "Have you ever seen the clips of the bells on the internet?" He says, "Internet? Internet. I don't have internet." So I said to him, ich habe the internet. I do have an internet. And after Abdullah, we're going to open up the internet and we're going to watch the bells eclipse. Okay, great. So after Abdullah, I pick up my laptop. I turn on, I don't know, I had no idea where I could have found it. Probably Googled it. And I found some clips of the bells Rebbe. And the bells Rebbe coming, the bells Rebbe going, the bells Rebbe sitting, the bells Rebbe standing, the bells Rebbe doing this, whatever. The final clip is a tish of Motzei Yom Kippur. Now he's sitting in a similar kind of place like this. You get the head of the table, and it's a wide table, and it goes all the way down. There are thousands of people there. It's a massive crowd, and I don't believe I've ever seen a table that's so filled with food. Meats and challahs, cake and vegetables, and a whole meal for thousands of people. You get fruits. You can see the whole table laid. And as the clip goes on, about 10-minute clip, as the clip goes on, the table becomes, I guess that they must have a breakfast at this tish, I would imagine. Because, well, I mean, there's a whopping amount of food. And a lot of people there, so, okay. And so, as the clip moves on, the table becomes more and more empty. And finally, there's a benching, all right? So the Belzer Rebbe is leading the benching. And then after the benching, it's time for it to do a little, shake. And they get up, they sing very nicely, bells, and everybody is moving up and down. And at one point, it's a nice, very nice tune and a very nice atmosphere. You can see it, thousands of people are singing and everybody's happy. And then at some point, the Rebbe himself goes like this, and it's this guy, he's got a smile from ear to ear. I mean, he's enjoying it. You can see it. I really felt so good because to him, this is what it's all about. And Gesundheit, everybody has their place. Everybody has their way. And if you're getting the vibe that I'm trying to be disrespectful to Bells, I would like to right now let you know that I have no such intention at all. Bells has its place, and Bells has its people, and Bells has its ways, and I don't disrespect someone else's pathway. I don't think they're doing the right thing, but that's me. I think the MS is with the Rebbe, with the Alter Rebbe, and with Keslo, etc. But there are lots of groups that do things differently and cater to different wants and needs and feelings and so on. But those is one of them. Those is gotta give the guy credit. He built up from absolutely nothing. Tens of thousands of families, communities all over the world. Gotta give credit for that after the Holocaust. Look where they are today. Anyway, so at one point the clip ends, and this guy still got this big, deep smile on his face. And he turns around to me and he says, Azaman Higis, which means like such leadership. Whoa. Hold on, I'll give you whatever credit you want, but you're not getting the leadership here. Leadership? I said, what's the main thing? What are you referring to exactly? He says, look how many people are here. Thousands of people. So I said, I'm pretty sure that Ger has a bigger crowd. And this is exactly what he does. Ger! What? He's like spinning it. I said, what? He says, the Ger Rebbe doesn't even say any Torah. I said, and bells? He says, look for the bells. The Rebbe says Torah, and he works very hard at it. I said, how do you know he works hard? Because he says so. I said, okay, it was Motzei Shabbos Pashas. He said to me, I said, what did he say last Shabbos Pashas Shoftim? He says, man, it was too soon. It was too recent. I haven't heard yet. I said, what did he say last year of Pashas Shoftim? He says, I don't know. I said, look, the Belzer Rebbe has been a Rebbe for 30 whatever years. Can you please repeat to me one word of Torah that the Belzer Rebbe taught you? And needless to say, he couldn't. So I said to him, I said, look, do me a favor. The first Belzer Rebbe was a very big tzaddik called Asar Shalom Rebbe. In his later years, he was blind. And when he came into shul, there was a very predictable path all the way to his place. So it would be okay for him to come into shul. One day, the Rebbe Marash came to Belz. And the Rebbe Marash stood on the other side, very unassuming. In the Rishonos, it says that he was dressed like a safer. He was dressed like a merchant. So he was inconspicuous. Nobody recognized him. The Belzer Rebbe walks into shul blind. And instead of walking to the right to his place, he starts walking towards the left. And he gets to the Rebbe Marash, who was not yet the Rebbe. Gets the Rebbe Marash, and he holds on to him and he says, Junger Mann, für mich kann man sich nicht ausbehalten. You can't hide yourself from me. And he took him to his place. His first Belzer Rebbe was a big time. First Belzer Rebbe said a statement, a slogan, that every single Belzer Chassid knows. How do I know? I just know these things. Knows this. What's the slogan? The slogan is like this. Belz vet allemal zan a winkel, va teure in Yira Shamayim biz Mashiach vet kinder. Belz will always be a corner for Torah and for Yira Shamayim until Mashiach. That's the slogan from the first Belzer Rebbe. And how do I know it? Again, I just know things like this. Everyone in Belz knows this line. So I said to him, you know the line, Belz vet allemal zan a winkel, va teure in Yira Shamayim. He says, oh, that's the Belzer Rebbe, the first Belzer Rebbe. I said, you said something very interesting. Belz will always have a corner. I said, you can have your corner. The Rebbe has the rest of the world. And I said, you know why? Because the Rebbe's Torah is what takes over the world. If you want to be connected to the Rebbe, you obviously have to learn the Rebbe's Torah. But if you want to be connected, you want the world to be connected to the Rebbe, then you have to be able to say to someone, this is what the Rebbe says about this person. What else? I have something else to say. What else? I have something else to say as well. That's like, if you're a chassid, especially if you're a shliach, you cannot walk around without that. So on Matzah Shabbos, open up your Dvar Malchus, your Chayinu, or your internet, or whatever you have, and don't look at the clips of Belzer Rebbe later, but just check out what does the Rebbe have to say about this week's parsha. There is some just the most beautiful things that are ready. Just all you need to do is bite into them. It's just, you don't even have to learn the whole system. You just take out the point. It's so beautiful. If you delve in the Rebbe's Torah, you release tremendous amount of brachas and connections to the Rebbe with which you can connect everyone else. It's up to us to be in touch with the Rebbe's Torah, to be in touch with going out of your way to do whatever it takes, and with making sure that when you daven, get out there and get it done. This way, you can experience the Geula and Pada B'Shalom Nafshi for the entire year as well. All right, boys. People start machen a Bracha Achrena. To see if I see the statement.